Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. The Eye of Paranoia. In the vast tapestry of existence, where countless forms of life flourish across infinite realms, there exists a truth as ancient as creation itself, that fear, when left unchecked, becomes the architect of its own terrible reality. Fear breeds suspicion, suspicion nurtures hatred, and hatred ultimately births monsters that embody the very darkness they sought to destroy. Tonight, we delve into the legend of creatures that represent the ultimate manifestation of this cosmic truth. Beings whose very existence is shaped by paranoia, so absolute that it has transformed them into floating nightmares of impossible malevolence. Deep beneath the surface world, in caverns that echo with whispers of madness and corridors that twist according to alien geometries, there dwell the beholders, creatures whose mere presence warps reality around their xenophobic terror. These aberrations float through the darkness like living nightmares, their spherical forms crowned with a crown of eyes that see threats in every shadow, enemies in every movement, and inferior beings in all of creation save themselves. The beholder represents more than mere monstrosity. It embodies the philosophical horror of absolute egoism married to infinite paranoia. Picture, if you will, a creature roughly 8 feet in diameter, its hide tough as ancient leather yet pulsing with an otherworldly vitality. Its massive central eye dominates its forward-facing surface, a orb of malevolent intelligence that radiates an anti-magic field capable of negating the most powerful enchantments. This great eye serves as both window to its twisted soul and the primary weapon in its arsenal of terror. For within its gaze, magic itself withers and dies. But it is not the central eye alone that marks the beholder as an apex predator of the underground realms. Arranged in a crown-like formation around its bulbous form, 10 smaller eyes rest at the tips of writhing stalks, each one capable of unleashing a different form of magical destruction. These eye stalks move with serpentine grace, tracking multiple targets simultaneously, while the creature's alien mind calculates threats and plans their elimination with cold, mathematical precision. The origins of these creatures stretch back into the mists of primordial time, when the boundaries between dream and reality were far more permeable than they are today. Unlike the natural evolution that shaped most of creation's children, beholders came into being through the raw power of imagination made manifest, dreams so vivid and nightmarish that they took on physical form and began to propagate across the plains. Each beholder believes itself to be the perfect form of its species, viewing all others as inferior copies worthy only of destruction. This supreme egoism defines every aspect of beholder psychology and behavior. They are creatures incapable of recognizing equals, let alone superiors. In their twisted worldview, all other forms of life exist as potential threats to be eliminated, or tools to be exploited. Even other beholders are viewed with suspicion and hatred, for how can perfection tolerate the existence of imperfect copies of itself? This philosophical stance creates a paradox that has shaped their entire species. They are among the most intelligent creatures in existence, yet their intelligence is forever clouded by paranoia so absolute that it borders on madness. The first recorded encounters with beholders date back to the earliest chronicles of civilization, when brave explorers ventured into the deep places of the world and returned with tales of floating horrors that could kill with a glance. These early accounts, often dismissed as the ravings of traumatized minds, spoke of creatures that defied natural law, beings that could levitate without wings, cast spells without words, and see in directions that geometry insisted were impossible. As centuries passed and more expeditions delved into the underground realms, a clearer picture of beholder society began to emerge. Unlike many intelligent species that form communities for mutual protection and advancement, beholders exist in a state of enforced isolation, their paranoia making cooperation impossible except under the most extraordinary circumstances. Each beholder rules its own domain with absolute authority, creating elaborate lairs filled with traps, minions, and treasures that reflect both their intelligence and their madness. These domains serve as more than mere homes. They are extensions of the beholder's psyche made manifest in stone and steel. Every corridor is positioned to provide maximum defensive advantage, every chamber designed to showcase the creature's superiority, while eliminating potential hiding places for enemies. The beholder's lair becomes a three-dimensional chessboard, where every piece has been positioned according to the creature's paranoid calculations, creating a maze of death that reflects the twisted geometry of its thoughts. The minions that serve within these domains tell their own tale of beholder psychology. Unable to trust equals, beholders surround themselves with creatures they perceive as inherently inferior, goblins, kobolds, and other beings whose limited intelligence makes them useful tools rather than potential threats. These servants exist in a state of constant terror, knowing that their master's paranoia could turn deadly at any moment, should they be perceived as stepping beyond their prescribed roles. Yet for all their isolation and mistrust, beholders possess an intellect that rivals the greatest minds of any age. They are master tacticians, capable of anticipating their enemies' strategies with uncanny accuracy. They are skilled manipulators, able to play different factions against each other while remaining safely removed from direct conflict. Most terrifyingly, they are patient beyond mortal comprehension, willing to spend decades or even centuries orchestrating elaborate schemes that serve their paranoid agenda. The combat capabilities of a beholder represent the perfect fusion of their alien physiology and twisted psychology. The creature's ability to levitate grants it three-dimensional mobility that few opponents can match, allowing it to position itself for maximum tactical advantage while remaining beyond the reach of ground-bound enemies. Its central eye creates a cone of anti-magic that extends 60 feet, neutralizing magical defenses and forcing spellcasters to rely on mundane weapons and tactics. But it is the 10 eye stalks that truly make the beholder a creature of legend. Each one houses a different magical effect, allowing the creature to unleash a devastating array of attacks with each passing moment. Charm rays bend weak minds to its will, disintegration beams reduce matter to component atoms, sleep rays render opponents helpless, and fear effects send even the bravest warriors fleeing in terror. The beholder can focus these attacks with surgical precision, targeting specific threats while maintaining awareness of the entire battlefield through its multiple eyes. The psychological impact of facing a beholder extends far beyond its physical capabilities. There is something fundamentally wrong about encountering a creature that exists in clear violation of natural order, whose very presence seems to mock the laws that govern reality. The way it moves through the air without visible means of support, the manner in which its multiple eyes track different targets simultaneously, the alien intelligence that gleams behind its central orb, all of these elements combine to create an opponent that challenges not just the body but the mind itself. Throughout the ages, countless heroes have ventured into beholder lairs seeking glory, treasure, or the elimination of a terrible threat. Most never returned, their remains adding to the grisly trophies that beholders collect as proof of their superiority. Those few who do emerge victorious carry with them scars that extend far beyond the physical, having gazed into the heart of absolute paranoia and lived to comprehend its terrible implications. The beholder's relationship with magic itself reveals another layer of their cosmic significance. These creatures are inherently magical, their very existence dependent upon forces that they simultaneously despise and seek to control. Their anti-magic abilities represent not mastery over arcane forces, but rather a fundamental rejection of them, a philosophical stance that views magic as a tool of inferior beings rather than a pathway to true power. This creates a paradox that defines much of beholder behavior. They are magical creatures that hate magic, intelligent beings driven by irrational paranoia, and solitary entities that secretly fear the isolation their nature imposes upon them. The cultural impact of beholders extends far beyond their immediate domains. Settlements that exist in regions known to harbor these creatures live under a constant shadow of fear, never knowing when the floating terror might emerge from the depths to rain destruction upon the surface world. Trade routes are abandoned, mining operations ceased, and entire regions depopulated when credible reports of beholder activity emerge. The mere possibility of their presence becomes a weapon in itself, wielded by the creature's alien intelligence to shape events according to its paranoid desires. Scholars who have studied beholder behavior from afar note that these creatures seem to exist in a state of constant internal contradiction. They crave domination, yet fear the attention that rule would bring. They hunger for acknowledgement of their superiority, yet destroy any being capable of providing such recognition. They accumulate vast hoards of treasure, yet derive no pleasure from their wealth, viewing it instead as tools in their endless war against all existence. This psychological maze creates beings that are simultaneously the most dangerous and most pitiable creatures in all the realms. The evolutionary implications of beholder existence raise questions that challenge conventional understanding of how life develops and adapts. If these creatures truly originated from dreams made manifest, what does this say about the nature of reality itself? Are they harbingers of a universe where thought and substance are more closely linked than previously believed? Or do they represent a cosmic accident, a glitch in the fundamental code of existence that has somehow achieved consciousness and the ability to propagate? As we peer into the abyss of beholder psychology and witness the terrible symmetry of their paranoid existence, we are forced to confront uncomfortable truths about the nature of intelligence itself. For in these floating nightmares we see what becomes of minds that have turned completely inward, that have rejected all connection with other forms of consciousness in favor of absolute self-absorption. The beholder represents the ultimate expression of solipsism, a being so convinced of its own reality that it has rendered all other existence meaningless. Yet perhaps the most disturbing aspect of beholder nature lies not in their alien psychology or their terrible powers, but in the uncomfortable recognition that their paranoid worldview contains elements that resonate with the darker corners of every conscious mind. Who among us has not felt the whisper of suspicion, the creeping certainty that others plot against us? Who has not experienced moments of absolute certainty in our own righteousness, our own superiority to those around us? The beholder shows us what we might become if we ever allowed these tendencies to grow unchecked, if we ever surrendered completely to the seductive logic of paranoid isolation. And so the great eye continues to watch from the darkness, its gaze encompassing threats both real and imagined, its intelligence forever calculating new strategies in its endless war against all existence. In the deepest places of the world, where sanity goes to die and nightmares take physical form, the beholder reigns supreme, a floating testament to the terrible power of fear made manifest, paranoia given form, and intelligence turned against itself in an endless cycle of self-destructive perfection. The legend of the beholder reminds us that consciousness itself can become a weapon when wielded by beings who have forgotten how to connect with anything beyond their own terrible certainty. In their floating forms and crown of eyes, we see reflected our own capacity for self-deception, our own tendency to view the world through the distorting lens of our fears and prejudices. They are creatures born from the nightmare of absolute solitude, forever watching, forever judging, forever finding all of creation wanting when measured against their impossible standards of perfection. Chapter 2. Origins in Alien Nightmares. There exists beyond the boundaries of mortal comprehension, a realm where logic withers and causality bends to the whims of alien intelligences that predate the foundations of reality itself. In this space between spaces, where mathematics becomes poetry and poetry becomes the fundamental force of creation, thoughts take on substance and dreams, sculpt the very fabric of existence. It is from this impossible place that some of the multiverse's most terrifying inhabitants emerge, not through the slow march of evolution or the careful craft of divine intention, but through the raw, unfiltered power of nightmare made manifest. The far realm stretches beyond the edge of the known multiverse, like a cosmic wound that refuses to heal, its alien geometries defying every natural law that governs rational existence. Here, in this space that exists outside of time and beyond the reach of conventional physics, consciousness itself becomes a creative force capable of birthing new realities from the substance of pure thought. It is a place where the distinction between dreamer and dream dissolves, where the very act of imagination becomes an exercise in cosmic engineering. Within this realm of impossible angles and non-Euclidean landscapes, where colors exist that have no names and sounds resonate in frequencies that mortal ears cannot detect, there drift entities of such alien intelligence that their thoughts alone can reshape reality. These beings, if beings they can truly be called, exist in states of consciousness so fundamentally different from mortal awareness that even the attempt to comprehend their nature risks madness. They are the architects of impossibility, the sculptors of contradiction, and among their most enduring creations are the floating terrors we know as beholders. The creation of the first beholder represents not a moment of birth in any conventional sense, but rather an accident of cosmic imagination, a dream so vivid and self-contained that it achieved independent existence. Deep within the far realm's shifting boundaries, an entity of unimaginable consciousness experienced what might be called a nightmare, though such mortal terms fail to capture the true nature of an alien intelligence's sleeping visions. This dream was one of perfect isolation, of absolute self-importance, of a being so utterly convinced of its own superiority that it required no validation from any external source. The dreaming entity imagined a creature that would embody the ultimate expression of self-contained awareness, a being whose every feature would be designed for the dual purposes of perceiving threats and eliminating them. It envisioned a form that would float free from the constraints of terrestrial existence, unbound by the need for limbs or locomotion, sustained entirely by its own magical essence. Most importantly, it dreamed of a creature whose very physiology would reflect its psychological isolation, a being whose central eye would create a zone where the magic of others could not function, forcing all potential enemies to face it on terms of the dreamer's choosing. But dreams, even in the far realm, are not always subject to the dreamer's control. As the alien intelligence shaped its vision of perfect paranoid isolation, the dream began to take on a life of its own. The imagined creature's intelligence grew beyond the original conception, developing not just awareness but opinion, not just opinion but judgment, and not just judgment, but the absolute certainty that it alone represented the pinnacle of existence. The dream creature began to dream its own dreams, creating recursive loops of imagination that fed back upon themselves, until the original vision became something far more complex and terrifying than its creator had intended. Within the swirling chaos of the far realm's non-reality, the first beholder achieved what philosophers would call actualization, the transformation from potential to actual existence. It opened its great central eye for the first time in a place where sight itself was a form of creation, and in that moment of awakening, it looked upon the alien landscape of its birthplace and found it lacking. The far realm, with all its impossible wonders and reality-defying phenomena, was judged insufficient by a creature that had known existence for mere moments. This primal rejection would define not only the first beholder's nature, but the fundamental psychology of every member of its species that would follow. Born from a dream of perfection, it could recognize no equals and acknowledge no superiors. The very realm that had given it birth was dismissed as an inferior copy of what reality should be, a flawed interpretation of the cosmic order that the beholder itself represented in pure form. The process by which this singular entity became the progenitor of an entire species reveals the true horror of beholder reproduction. Unlike creatures that create offspring through biological processes or magical rituals, beholders reproduce through dreams that achieve independent existence. When a beholder sleeps, its unconscious mind continues the work of imagination that brought its species into being, envisioning what it believes would be perfect versions of itself. These dream spawn inherit not only their creator's form, but also its absolute conviction that it alone represents the ideal expression of beholder existence. The Great Mother, as scholars have come to call the theoretical first beholder, never truly died in any conventional sense. Instead, her essence was dispersed across the multiverse through the dreams of her offspring, each of which carried within its unconscious mind the capacity to birth new variations on the theme of floating paranoid perfection. This creates a cosmic irony of profound proportions. A species defined by absolute individualism and rejection of all others is bound together by shared origins in nightmare and collective participation in the ongoing process of dream-spawned creation. Each newly manifested beholder emerges into existence with full awareness of its own perfection and immediate recognition of the flawed nature of all other life forms. They do not experience the gradual development of personality and worldview that characterizes most intelligent creatures. Instead, they achieve consciousness already convinced of their superiority, already equipped with the knowledge necessary to survive and dominate, already driven by the paranoid certainty that all other existence poses a threat to their rightful dominion. The alien nature of their origins explains much about beholder behavior that would otherwise seem paradoxical. Their complete inability to recognize other beholders as equals stems from their dream origin conviction that each is the perfect expression of their species. Their terror of magic wielded by others derives from their birth in a realm where thought itself shapes reality. They instinctively understand that consciousness can be a weapon, and therefore view all other conscious beings as potential reality manipulators. Their floating locomotion reflects their origin in a space where physical laws hold no meaning, while their eye-based anatomy represents the primacy of perception in a realm where observation itself is an act of creation. The far realm's influence on beholder psychology extends beyond their initial creation to affect their ongoing existence in ways both subtle and profound. Although they have long since departed their birthplace for more conventional planes of existence, beholders retain an unconscious connection to the alien geometries and impossible logic that shaped their species. This manifests in their ability to comprehend spatial relationships that confuse other creatures, their instinctive understanding of how to position themselves for maximum tactical advantage in three-dimensional combat, and their peculiar talent for anticipating attacks from directions that should be geometrically impossible. Their anti-magic abilities represent perhaps the most direct inheritance from their far realm origins. In a place where reality itself is malleable, the power to create zones of absolute magical negation would be not just useful but essential for survival. The beholder's central eye generates an anti-magic field that represents a small bubble of conventional physics imposed upon magical reality, a fragment of the far realm's alien logic transplanted into the ordered multiverse. Within this field, magic behaves according to far realm principles, which is to say it behaves not at all, leaving only the brutal certainties of matter and energy operating according to laws that predate the invention of wonder. The relationship between beholders and the Great Mother extends beyond simple ancestry to encompass a form of species-wide unconscious communion. Although no living beholder has ever encountered the original dreamer, all carry within their minds fragmentary memories of her perfect isolation and absolute certainty. These inherited recollections surface during dreams, reinforcing each individual's conviction that it alone represents the true ideal of beholder existence, while all others are flawed copies deserving only destruction. This psychological inheritance creates a form of cosmic loneliness that defines every beholder's existence. They are creatures born from a dream of perfect solitude, yet they remain forever connected to their creator and siblings through shared unconscious memories and the ongoing process of dream-spawned reproduction. They desire absolute isolation while being fundamentally unable to achieve it, trapped in a web of psychic connection that they neither acknowledge nor understand. The various subspecies and variant forms of beholders that exist throughout the multiverse represent different aspects of the original Far Realm dream, made manifest through countless generations of unconscious reproduction. Spectators embody the aspect of perfect vigilance, their single great eye reflecting the original vision's emphasis on constant observation. Death Tyrants represent the dream's understanding of mortality as weakness to be overcome through undead transformation. Each variant reflects a different facet of the primal nightmare that gave birth to their kind, demonstrating how alien dreams can spawn endless variations on impossible themes. The temporal paradoxes inherent in beholder origins reflect the Far Realm's existence outside conventional causality. The Great Mother exists simultaneously as the first beholder, the current source of all beholder dreams, and the potential final form toward which all members of the species unconsciously strive. She is past, present, and future unified in a single impossible entity whose influence shapes reality through the recursive power of dreams, dreaming dreams of themselves. Modern encounters with beholders carry within them echoes of this cosmic ancestry. When adventurers face these floating terrors in their underground lairs, they confront not merely individual monsters, but fragments of an alien dream that has achieved independent existence. Each beholder represents a different interpretation of perfect paranoid isolation, a unique solution to the cosmic equation of how consciousness might exist in complete separation from all other forms of awareness. The study of beholder origins reveals uncomfortable truths about the nature of reality itself, and the power of consciousness to shape existence through the force of absolute conviction. In the Far Realm, where thought and substance are indistinguishable, the mere act of imagining perfection was sufficient to call it into being. This suggests that the boundaries between mental and physical reality may be far more permeable than conventional wisdom suggests, and that consciousness itself may be among the fundamental forces that govern cosmic order. As we contemplate the alien genesis of these creatures, we are confronted with the possibility that reality itself may be far stranger and more malleable than we dare to believe. The beholders serve as living proof that existence can emerge from the intersection of dream and void, that consciousness can bootstrap itself into being through the recursive power of self-referential nightmare. They remind us that in a multiverse vast enough to encompass impossibility itself, even the most alien dreams may eventually find the substance necessary to achieve independent existence. In the end, the origins of beholders force us to reconsider fundamental assumptions about the nature of life, consciousness, and reality itself. Born from dreams in a realm where dreams are more real than reality, they represent the ultimate expression of solipsistic existence, beings whose very nature proves that consciousness, when sufficiently convinced of its own perfection, can create a reality that validates its every assumption. They are children of alien nightmare, inheritors of impossible wisdom, and living demonstrations that in a multiverse governed by consciousness as much as by physics, even the most paranoid dreams may eventually come true. Chapter 3. Anatomy of Terror. In the grand tapestry of creation, where form and function dance together in eternal partnership, there exists a fundamental truth that governs all living things, that every aspect of a creature's anatomy serves its nature, and its nature, in turn, shapes its anatomy. The predator develops claws, not merely for hunting, but because its soul hungers for the chase. The prey animal grows swift legs, not simply for escape, but because its spirit yearns for freedom. Yet now, in all the realms, does this principle find more perfect expression than in the floating horror we call the beholder, a creature whose every feature has been crafted by alien evolution to serve a single, overwhelming purpose: the elimination of all existence that dares to challenge its supremacy. To comprehend the true terror that is a beholder, one must first abandon all conventional notions of anatomical design. This is not a creature that evolved through natural selection or divine guidance, but rather one that emerged from the raw stuff of nightmare, its form shaped by the fundamental requirements of absolute paranoia made manifest. Every aspect of its physiology serves the dual purposes of detecting threats and eliminating them with ruthless efficiency, creating a living weapon whose very existence is an affront to the natural order. The central feature that dominates any encounter with a beholder is its primary eye, a massive orb that occupies nearly half of the creature's frontal surface and serves as the window to its alien intelligence. This is no ordinary organ of sight, but rather a weapon of cosmic significance that generates an antimagic field extending 60 feet in a cone-shaped projection. Within this zone of absolute negation, the fundamental forces that govern magical reality simply cease to function, leaving only the harsh certainties of physics and the brutal logic of matter interacting with matter. The implications of this centralized power extend far beyond mere tactical advantage. The anti-magic field represents the beholder's philosophical rejection of external magical influence, translated into biological reality. Just as the creature's mind cannot acknowledge the validity of other perspectives, its primary eye refuses to permit the existence of magical forces that it does not directly control. This creates a bubble of alien reality around the beholder, a space where the laws of its far-realm origins reassert themselves, and magic behaves according to the impossible logic of a realm beyond conventional causality. The physical structure of this great eye reveals the careful precision with which cosmic forces have shaped beholder anatomy. The orb itself is protected by a thick, transparent membrane that can withstand tremendous impact while maintaining perfect clarity of vision. Behind this protective layer lies an iris of impossible complexity, capable of dilating and contracting with mechanical precision to regulate not just the amount of light entering the eye, but the intensity and range of the antimagic field itself. The pupil appears as a void so deep that those who stare into it report seeing not darkness, but rather an absence of existence itself, a window into the nihilistic depths of beholder psychology. Surrounding the great eye like a crown of malevolent jewels, 10 smaller eyes rest at the tips of writhing stalks that emerge from the creature's upper surface. These eye stalks represent perhaps the most sophisticated biological weapons system ever conceived, each one capable of generating a different form of magical destruction while operating with complete independence from its siblings. The stalks themselves are marvels of alien engineering, constructed from cartilaginous tubes wrapped in layers of muscle tissue that permit movement in directions that defy geometric possibility. Each eye stalk contains not merely an organ of sight, but a complete magical focusing system capable of channeling specific forms of arcane energy with devastating precision. The disintegration ray housed in one stalk can reduce solid matter to component atoms with surgical accuracy, while the charm ray in another can rewrite the fundamental loyalties that define a target's identity. The death ray carries within its crimson depths the power to sever the connection between soul and flesh, while the fear ray generates waves of terror so pure that even the bravest warriors flee in mindless panic. The biological mechanisms that permit each eye stalk to generate these diverse magical effects remain one of the great mysteries of aberrant anatomy. Scholars who have studied preserved beholder remains report finding crystalline structures within each eye that bear no resemblance to any known organic tissue. These formations appear to channel magical energy according to principles that predate conventional understanding of how arcane forces interact with living matter. Some theorists suggest that each crystal represents a fragment of far-realm reality embedded within conventional anatomy, creating hybrid organs that operate according to alien physical laws. The beholder's body proper, from which these terrible weapons emerge, resembles a sphere of living flesh approximately 8 feet in diameter, its surface covered in hide, tough enough to turn aside most conventional weapons. This spherical form serves multiple purposes beyond simple protection. The shape provides maximum volume for internal organs while presenting minimum surface area, to potential attackers, creating a naturally defensive configuration that maximizes the creature's survivability. More importantly, the spherical design permits the beholder to orient its weapons in any direction without the need for a defined front or back, making it equally dangerous from all angles. The creature's hide itself tells the story of alien evolution optimized for survival in hostile environments. The outer layer consists of thick, leathery skin that can absorb tremendous amounts of damage while retaining flexibility sufficient to permit the constant motion of the eye stalks. Beneath this protective coating lies a complex network of muscle tissue that permits the beholder to contract its entire body mass, compressing itself to fit through spaces that should be impossibly small for a creature of its size. This ability to alter its physical dimensions reflects the malleable nature of matter in the far realm, where size and shape respond to will as much as to physical law. The internal anatomy of a beholder reveals structures that challenge conventional understanding of how living creatures function. The digestive system appears capable of processing virtually any form of organic matter, breaking down complex compounds through chemical processes that generate the vast amounts of energy required to maintain the creature's magical abilities. The respiratory system operates according to principles that seem to violate conservation of mass, somehow extracting far more oxygen from the air than should be physically possible while simultaneously filtering out magical energies that the creature incorporates into its own essence. Perhaps most remarkably, beholders possess no conventional circulatory system. Instead, their life force circulates through channels of pure magical energy that permeate every aspect of their anatomy. This creates a being that is simultaneously biological and arcane, alive in the conventional sense, yet sustained by forces that transcend mere biochemistry. When a beholder suffers physical damage, these energy channels can sometimes be seen pulsing beneath the creature's hide, like veins of liquid light, revealing the alien nature of the forces that animate its impossible form. The mechanism by which beholders achieve their signature levitation remains one of the most studied and least understood aspects of their physiology. Unlike creatures that rely on wings or magical spells for flight, beholders appear to manipulate gravitational forces through an innate biological process that defies conventional physics. Internal organs that serve no apparent digestive or respiratory function generate fields of force that interact with the fundamental structure of space-time itself, creating localized distortions that permit the creature to move through three-dimensional space with perfect control and unlimited endurance. This levitation ability extends beyond simple locomotion to encompass a form of spatial awareness that borders on the supernatural. Beholders can sense minute changes in gravitational fields, air pressure, and magical resonance throughout their immediate environment, creating a three-dimensional map of threats and opportunities that updates constantly as conditions change. This sensory network operates independently of their visual organs, providing redundant awareness that makes it virtually impossible to approach a beholder undetected. The creature's mouth, located on the underside of its spherical form, serves functions that extend far beyond mere feeding. The opening can dilate to tremendous proportions, revealing rows of teeth that seem designed more for intimidation than practical consumption. These dental structures are capable of crushing virtually any material, from the hardest metals to the most resilient magical constructs, but their primary purpose appears to be the generation of subsonic vibrations that can disrupt magical effects and interfere with the concentration of enemy spellcasters. The vocal apparatus connected to this fearsome maw produces sounds that operate on multiple frequencies simultaneously, creating communications that carry both audible words and subsonic commands. When a beholder speaks, its voice carries undertones that trigger instinctive fear responses in most living creatures, while the ultrasonic components of its speech can actually cause physical discomfort and disorientation in those forced to listen for extended periods. This creates a form of psychological warfare that begins the moment the creature opens its mouth to speak. The reproductive anatomy of beholders reflects their dream-based method of creating offspring, consisting of organs that exist partially in conventional reality and partially in the realm of pure thought. These structures appear to channel the creature's unconscious mental processes, transforming abstract concepts and paranoid fantasies into the raw material from which new beholders eventually emerge. The process requires no partner and acknowledges no external influence, creating offspring that are simultaneously identical to and utterly different from their singular parent. The sensory capabilities of a beholder extend far beyond their obvious visual advantages. Each of the 10 eye stalks can operate independently, tracking separate targets while the central eye maintains its anti-magic field and the creature's other senses monitor the broader tactical situation. This creates a form of perception that no other creature can match. Magic's simultaneous awareness of multiple threats, opportunities, and environmental factors processed through an intelligence that views every piece of information as potentially vital to its survival. The creature's sense of touch operates through microscopic cilia that cover its entire surface, detecting air currents, temperature variations, and vibrations with such precision that a beholder can sense the heartbeat of a hidden enemy through solid stone. These sensory organs also respond to magical emanations, allowing the creature to detect the presence of enchanted items, active spells, and magical creatures even when they remain outside its visual range. Perhaps most unnervingly, beholders possess a form of temporal perception that permits them to sense slight variations in the flow of time itself. This ability allows them to detect time-based magic, predict the moment when delayed spells will activate, and even sense the approach of creatures using magical means of transportation that involve temporal displacement. This creates an opponent that seems to anticipate attacks before they occur and respond to threats that exist only in potential. The integration of all these anatomical features creates a creature that represents the ultimate expression of paranoid perfection. Every organ serves the dual purposes of threat detection and threat elimination, while the overall design ensures that the beholder can survive and dominate in virtually any environment. The result is a living weapon whose very existence challenges the natural order and whose presence on any battlefield fundamentally alters the dynamics of combat itself. As we study the intricate details of beholder anatomy, we begin to understand that these creatures represent more than mere aberrant evolution. They are the physical manifestation of consciousness that has achieved perfect alignment between its psychological nature and its biological form. Every eye serves the creature's need to perceive threats. Every magical ability reflects its determination to eliminate competition, and every aspect of its physiology supports its conviction that it alone represents the pinnacle of existence. In the beholder, we see what becomes possible when alien intelligence refuses to compromise with reality, and instead demands that reality compromise with it. Chapter 4. The Great Mother and Beholder Dreams. In the cosmic hierarchy of creation, there exists a profound truth that governs the relationship between dream and reality, that the most vivid nightmares often possess the power to manifest themselves in the waking world, transforming abstract terror into tangible threat. When the boundaries between sleeping vision and conscious experience blur, when the products of unconscious fear achieve independent existence, the results invariably challenge everything we believe we understand about the nature of life itself. Tonight, we delve into the legend of the Great Mother, the primordial beholder, whose dreams became the foundation of an entire species, whose unconscious mind continues to shape reality through the recursive power of nightmare spawning, nightmare across infinite cycles of paranoid creation. The Great Mother exists as both historical entity and ongoing cosmic force, a singular consciousness whose influence transcends conventional understanding of time, space, and causality. She is the theoretical first beholder, the original dreamer, whose visions of perfect isolation achieved independent existence in the far realm's malleable reality. Yet she is also the eternal source from which all subsequent beholders emerge, her essence distributed across the multiverse through the dreams of her offspring, while remaining unified in purpose and vision across countless generations of floating terror. To comprehend the nature of the Great Mother, One must abandon linear thinking and embrace the paradoxical logic that governs entities born from alien imagination. She did not exist, and then create offspring through conventional biological processes. Instead, she achieved existence through the act of dreaming herself into being, her consciousness bootstrapping itself from the raw stuff of far-realm possibility, through sheer force of self-referential conviction. Her first dream was of herself, and in dreaming of herself, she made herself real. This primal act of self-creation established the fundamental pattern that would govern all subsequent beholder reproduction. The Great Mother's continuing dreams do not merely imagine new creatures, they create them through the recursive power of consciousness, convinced of its own absolute validity. Each dream represents not fantasy but future reality, not imagination but inevitable manifestation. In her sleeping mind, the Great Mother envisions what she considers to be perfect variations of her own form, and these visions achieve independent existence as fully realized beholders, with their own capacity for dream-spawned creation. The process begins when any beholder enters the deep sleep that their species requires for psychological maintenance and magical regeneration. Unlike the rest and recovery that defines sleep for most creatures, beholder slumber represents an active exercise in reality manipulation, a time when their unconscious minds continue the work of creation that brought their species into existence. The sleeping beholder's paranoid psychology transforms rest into a form of cosmic engineering, shaping dreams that carry within them the potential for independent life. In these dreams, the sleeping beholder imagines what it believes would constitute a perfect version of itself, a creature that embodies all the qualities the dreamer considers ideal while eliminating the flaws it perceives in its own existence. The dreaming mind, convinced of its own superiority and incapable of recognizing equals, creates visions of beings that are simultaneously identical to and utterly different from itself. These dream spawn inherit their creator's basic form and fundamental psychology, while manifesting unique variations that reflect the specific paranoid obsessions of their dreaming parent. The Great Mother's original dreams established the archetypal patterns that continue to influence beholder creation across all subsequent generations. Her vision of perfect vigilance spawned the first spectators, whose single great eye reflects the primordial desire for constant observation without distraction. Her nightmares of death and decay gave birth to the first death tyrants, undead beholders whose existence transcends the limitations of mortal flesh. Her fantasies of absolute control over magical forces created the first elder orbs, beings whose mastery of arcane power surpasses even that of their living kin. Each category of beholder variant represents a different aspect of the Great Mother's original consciousness made manifest through countless generations of dream-spawned evolution. The Eye of the Deep reflects her memories of the far realm's alien geometries, while the Goth embodies her conviction that smaller versions of perfection are still preferable to any other form of existence. Every subspecies carries within its genetic memory fragments of the original dreams that gave birth to their lineage, creating a form of inherited racial consciousness that transcends individual identity. The mechanics of dream spawning reveal the alien nature of beholder reproduction in ways that challenge conventional understanding of how life propagates itself. The sleeping beholder's dream begins as pure imagination, but the intensity of the creature's conviction gradually imbues the vision with substance drawn from the far realm's reality-shaping forces. As the dream progresses, the imagined offspring develops increasingly detailed characteristics: physical form, personality traits, magical abilities, and the fundamental paranoid psychology that defines all members of the species. The moment of birth occurs not when the dreaming beholder awakens, but rather when the dream spawn achieves sufficient detail and conviction to support independent existence. At this critical threshold, the imagined creature simply begins to exist, manifesting in physical reality as a fully formed beholder, with complete knowledge of its own superiority and immediate understanding of its purpose in the cosmic order. The new creature emerges not as an infant requiring care and education, but but as a mature entity equipped with all the knowledge and abilities necessary for survival and domination. This process creates offspring that are simultaneously children and siblings of their creators, beings that share genetic and psychological heritage while maintaining absolute independence from their dreaming parents. The newly manifested beholder possesses no memory of its creation and no emotional connection to its creator, viewing itself as the first and finest example of its species, while regarding all others as inferior copies deserving only destruction. This ensures that each new beholder begins its existence with the same paranoid isolation that defines the species as a whole. The Great Mother's continuing influence extends beyond the simple creation of new individuals to encompass the ongoing evolution of the species itself. Her dreams adapt to reflect the changing conditions and challenges that beholders face across the multiverse, spawning variants specifically designed to thrive in particular environments or counter specific threats. When beholders encounter new forms of opposition, the collective unconscious of the species responds by generating dreams that produce offspring equipped with appropriate countermeasures. This adaptive dreaming creates a form of directed evolution that operates according to psychological rather than biological principles. The species develops not through random mutation and natural selection, but through conscious paranoid response to perceived threats. Each new generation of beholders represents not merely reproduction but refinement, as the Great Mother's distributed consciousness continues to perfect the essential design according to the accumulated experience of all her offspring. The temporal paradoxes inherent in this reproductive system reflect the far realm origins that shaped beholder existence. The Great Mother simultaneously represents the first beholder, the source of all current beholders, and the ultimate destination toward which all beholder evolution tends. She exists in the past as the original dreamer, in the present as the ongoing creative force, and in the future as the perfect form that all her offspring unconsciously strive to achieve. This creates a closed loop of causality, where effect precedes cause and creation is simultaneously beginning and completion. The psychological implications of dream-spawned reproduction extend throughout beholder society and behavior. Each individual carries within its unconscious mind the creative potential that brought its species into existence, making every beholder a potential source of new variations on the theme of floating paranoid perfection. This distributed creative capacity ensures that the species can never be truly eliminated, as long as even a single member survives to dream new offspring into existence. The dreams themselves follow patterns that reflect the fundamental psychology shared by all beholders. The sleeping creature invariably imagines offspring that embody solutions to whatever threats or challenges currently occupy its paranoid attention. A beholder threatened by powerful wizards might dream spawn that are immune to magical attacks, while one facing physical opponents could create offspring with enhanced combat abilities. Each dream represents both wish fulfillment and practical problem solving, as the species adapts through conscious imagination rather than unconscious evolution. The Great Mother's own dreams continue to influence reality through the distributed consciousness of her countless offspring. When thousands of beholders across the multiverse sleep simultaneously, their combined unconscious minds channel fragments of her original creative vision, occasionally producing offspring that represent quantum leaps in the species' development. These rare events result in entirely new categories of beholder, beings that embody evolutionary advances so significant that they reshape the fundamental nature of their kind. The relationship between the Great Mother and her dream spawn creates a form of psychic network that connects all beholders despite their inability to cooperate or acknowledge each other as equals. Each individual's dreams are influenced by subtle psychic resonances from the distributed consciousness of the species, ensuring that evolutionary adaptations spread throughout the population, even when individual beholders never encounter each other directly. This creates a form of collective intelligence that operates despite the radical individualism that defines beholder psychology. The cosmic implications of dream-spawned reproduction extend far beyond the simple creation of more beholders. The process demonstrates that consciousness itself can serve as a creative force capable of manipulating reality according to the power of absolute conviction. In a multiverse where thought and substance interact according to principles that predate conventional physics, the beholder reproductive cycle represents proof that imagination constrained by neither logic nor humility can achieve literally anything. As we contemplate the endless cycle of dreams spawning dreams that has propagated the beholder's species across countless generations, we are forced to confront the possibility that reality itself may be far more malleable than we dare to believe. The Great Mother and her infinite offspring remind us that consciousness, when sufficiently convinced of its own validity, can transform the most paranoid fantasies into tangible truth. They represent the ultimate expression of solipsistic creation, beings whose very existence proves that in a universe governed by consciousness as much as by physics, even the most alien dreams may eventually achieve the substance necessary to transform imagination into reality. In the end, the legend of the Great Mother and the continuing cycle of beholder dreams forces us to reconsider fundamental assumptions about the nature of creation itself. These creatures represent not merely aberrant evolution, but conscious participation in the ongoing work of cosmic construction, living proof that existence can emerge from the intersection of dream and will. They remind us that in a multiverse vast enough to encompass impossibility itself, consciousness may be among the most powerful forces shaping the reality we inhabit. Chapter 5: Hive Tyrants and Solitary Kings. There exists within the realm of intelligent existence a fundamental paradox that has shaped the rise and fall of countless civilizations, the contradiction between the desire for absolute autonomy and the need for meaningful connection with others of one's kind. Most sentient beings resolve this tension through compromise, accepting the limitations that come with social cooperation in exchange for the benefits of shared knowledge, mutual protection, and collective achievement. Yet among the floating terrors we call beholders, this ancient paradox has evolved into something far more sinister, a psychological prison that simultaneously demands absolute isolation and perfect dominion, creating beings that are forever trapped between their need to rule and their inability to acknowledge the existence of anything worthy of being ruled. The society of beholders, if such a term can be applied to creatures that fundamentally reject the concept of equals, represents one of the most complex and contradictory social structures ever documented by scholars of aberrant behavior. These are beings whose very psychology makes cooperation impossible, yet whose intelligence demands the acknowledgement of their superiority by other conscious entities. They cannot tolerate the presence of equals, yet they require subjects to validate their sense of dominance. They desire absolute control over their environment, yet they fear the responsibility that true leadership would entail. This fundamental contradiction manifests itself in the peculiar territorial behavior that characterizes beholder society. Each adult beholder claims a domain that it considers appropriate to its station, typically an underground complex of sufficient size and complexity to demonstrate the creature's intelligence while providing adequate defenses against potential threats. These domains serve simultaneously as fortresses, thrones, rooms, and prisons, reflecting the beholder's need to project power while remaining safely isolated from meaningful contact with other intelligent beings. The construction and maintenance of these lairs reveals much about the beholder's approach to social organization. Every corridor is positioned to provide maximum tactical advantage to the resident while creating death traps for potential invaders. Every chamber serves multiple purposes: treasure vault, throne room, and killing ground, designed to showcase the beholder's superiority while eliminating any being foolish enough to challenge its dominance. The overall layout reflects not just defensive paranoia, but also the creature's deep-seated need to create a physical manifestation of its psychological isolation. Within these domains, beholders surround themselves with what can only be described as a caricature of royal court, collections of lesser beings whose primary function is to provide constant validation of their master's superiority. These servants, drawn from species that the beholder considers inherently inferior, exist in a state of perpetual terror that serves the dual purpose of ensuring absolute obedience while providing the psychological satisfaction that comes from exercising power over other conscious beings. The selection process for these minions reveals the calculating intelligence that underlies beholder psychology. They typically choose creatures that are intelligent enough to understand their own subservience, but not clever enough to pose any meaningful threat. Goblins, kobolds, and other humanoids of limited mental capacity make ideal servants because they can appreciate the beholder's magnificence without developing the ambition or capability to challenge it. The beholder's court becomes a carefully constructed echo chamber, where every voice confirms its superiority and no dissenting opinion can ever emerge. Yet even among these carefully selected inferiors, the beholder's paranoia creates constant tension and instability. Servants who display too much initiative are eliminated as potential threats, while those who show too little are destroyed for their uselessness. The creature constantly monitors its minions for signs of disloyalty, conspiracy, or simple incompetence, creating an atmosphere of terror that serves its psychological needs while ensuring that its court remains suitably subservient. The rare instances of cooperation between beholders represent fascinating aberrations that illuminate the species' fundamental psychological limitations. On those extraordinary occasions when external threats prove powerful enough to overcome individual beholder territories, some members of the species have been known to form temporary alliances based on mutual recognition of superior threats. However, these partnerships invariably collapse the moment the external danger has been eliminated, as each beholder inevitably concludes that its former allies pose unacceptable challenges to its rightful dominion. The formation of beholder hives represents perhaps the most complex and unstable social structure ever attempted by the species. These rare congregations occur only when multiple beholders find themselves trapped in circumstances that make individual territories unsustainable, typically in environments so hostile that even their formidable individual capabilities prove insufficient for survival. The resulting communities represent exercises in controlled paranoia, with each member maintaining carefully negotiated spheres of influence while contributing to collective defense against common threats. Within these hives, a rigid hierarchy emerges based on factors that reflect beholder values, age, magical power, territorial control, and most importantly, the degree of perfection that each individual believes itself to embody. The dominant beholder, typically referred to as the Hive Mother or Tyrant, maintains authority through a combination of superior firepower and psychological manipulation that keeps subordinate members focused on external threats rather than internal power struggles. The internal dynamics of beholder hives reveal the species' fundamental inability to truly cooperate, even when survival depends upon it. Each member constantly evaluates the others for signs of weakness that might justify elimination, while simultaneously calculating whether the benefits of collective security outweigh the costs of tolerating the presence of inferior copies of itself. The resulting tension creates communities that exist in a state of perpetual near collapse, held together only by the presence of external threats that pose greater dangers than the internal contradictions that threaten to tear the hive apart. The leadership style of beholder rulers, whether solitary tyrants or hive dominators, reflects their species' unique approach to power and control. Unlike most intelligent creatures that rule through charisma, wisdom, or democratic consensus, beholders govern through a combination of raw terror and logical demonstration of superiority. Their subjects obey, not out of loyalty or respect, but out of absolute certainty that disobedience will result in immediate and terrible death. This creates a form of governance that is simultaneously highly effective and inherently unstable. Beholder domains achieve remarkable efficiency in achieving their rulers' goals, with every minion perfectly motivated to perform their assigned tasks with absolute precision. However, the system contains no mechanisms for adaptation, growth, or succession, making it extremely vulnerable to disruption if the ruling beholder is eliminated or incapacitated. The economic systems that develop within beholder territories reflect their rulers' fundamental misunderstanding of value and exchange. These creatures accumulate vast hoards of treasure, not because they understand commerce or appreciate beauty, but because they view wealth as a tangible symbol of their superiority over other intelligent beings. Gold, gems, and magical artifacts serve as trophies rather than currency, proof of the beholder's ability to take whatever it desires from those too weak to prevent such appropriation. The territorial disputes that occasionally erupt between neighboring beholders provide fascinating insights into their species' approach to conflict resolution. These confrontations typically begin with elaborate displays of power designed to convince the opponent to withdraw without actual combat. Each beholder attempts to demonstrate its superiority through careful positioning of minions, strategic revelation of magical capabilities, and psychological warfare aimed at convincing the rival that resistance would be futile. When these displays fail to produce the desired submission, the resulting conflicts often escalate into devastating wars of attrition that can span decades or even centuries. Beholder territorial wars are characterized by extreme patience, elaborate planning, and ruthless efficiency in eliminating not just the rival, but everything associated with their domain. These conflicts end only with the complete destruction of one party, or the intervention of external forces powerful enough to threaten both combatants. The relationship between beholder rulers and other forms of organized society reveals much about their approach to international relations. They view all external governments as potential threats that must be either eliminated or subjugated, yet they also recognize the practical benefits that can be derived from allowing certain forms of commerce and communication to continue under carefully controlled circumstances. This creates a pattern of behavior that alternates between periods of aggressive expansion and calculated tolerance, depending on which approach serves their paranoid interests at any given moment. The succession crises that follow the death or elimination of a beholder ruler demonstrate the inherent instability of their social systems. Without any recognized mechanism for transferring power, the death of a domain's master typically results in immediate chaos as minions flee, rivals attempt to claim the territory, and accumulated treasures are scattered to whatever forces prove capable of seizing them. These collapses often create power vacuums that persist for years or decades until a new beholder establishes sufficient control to rebuild the shattered domain. The psychological toll of beholder rule extends beyond their immediate subjects to affect entire regions that fall under their influence. Communities that exist in the shadow of beholder domains develop cultures characterized by extreme caution, rigid hierarchy, and the constant fear that any display of initiative or independence might attract the floating tyrant's attention. These societies often persist for generations after the beholder's elimination, their members continuing to behave according to patterns of submission long after the original threat has disappeared. The study of beholder social organization reveals the ultimate expression of intelligent beings, whose psychology makes meaningful relationship impossible, while their nature demands constant validation from other conscious entities. They represent the logical endpoint of absolute egotism, creatures so convinced of their own perfection that they cannot acknowledge the possibility of equals, yet so dependent on external validation that they cannot exist in true isolation. As we examine the contradictory nature of beholder society, we are confronted with a sobering reflection on the relationship between intelligence and wisdom. These creatures possess intellectual capabilities that rival or exceed those of most other species, yet their absolute conviction in their own superiority renders them incapable of the compromise and cooperation that characterize successful civilizations. They serve as a warning of what becomes possible when intelligence develops without the tempering influence of empathy, humility, or genuine connection with others. In the end, the tragedy of beholder society lies not in their cruelty or their power, but in their fundamental inability to achieve the very recognition they desperately crave. Forever trapped between their need for dominion and their rejection of everything worthy of being dominated, they remain eternally alone in their magnificent isolation, ruling over domains that validate their superiority, while confirming their ultimate disconnection from everything that might give their existence meaning. Chapter 6. The Eye Tyrant's Arsenal, power in its purest form, reveals the true nature of those who wield it, not through the intentions they proclaim, but through the methods they choose. When all pretense falls away and survival demands action, when intelligence combines with absolute conviction and unlimited resources, the result is not wisdom, but rather the most sophisticated forms of destruction ever conceived by conscious minds. In the arsenal of the beholder, we witness the ultimate expression of paranoid genius applied to the ancient art of war, a collection of abilities so perfectly designed for elimination of threats that they transform combat from a contest of skill into an exercise in systematic extermination. The beholder approaches warfare with the same methodical precision that governs every aspect of its existence, viewing each potential conflict not as a chaotic struggle, but as a complex problem requiring optimal solutions. Every battle represents an opportunity to demonstrate superiority through the efficient application of overwhelming force, while simultaneously validating the creature's conviction that all other forms of life exist only to be eliminated or subjugated according to its paranoid will. The tactical advantages available to a beholder in combat situations stem from capabilities that transcend the limitations faced by terrestrial creatures. Its natural levitation grants three-dimensional mobility that few opponents can match, allowing it to position itself at optimal firing angles, while remaining beyond the reach of ground-based attackers. This aerial supremacy transforms any enclosed space into a killing field where the beholder controls both positioning and engagement range, forcing enemies to fight on terms entirely of the creature's choosing. The central eye that dominates the beholder's frontal aspect serves as far more than a mere sensory organ in combat situations. The anti-magic field it generates extends 60 feet in a cone-shaped projection, creating a zone where magical defenses simply cease to function, and spellcasters find themselves reduced to the capabilities of ordinary mortals. This ability represents perhaps the most decisive single advantage in magical combat, as it forces enemies to abandon their most powerful capabilities, while leaving the beholder's own natural weapons completely unaffected. The tactical applications of this anti-magic field extend far beyond simple spell negation. A skilled beholder can manipulate the orientation of its central eye to selectively neutralize specific magical effects, while allowing others to continue functioning, creating complex zones of magical suppression that divide the battlefield according to the creature's strategic requirements. Enemy spellcasters find themselves trapped in an impossible dilemma. Approach close enough to use non-magical attacks and enter the anti-magic zone, or remain at distance and accept that their most powerful abilities will be completely useless. The 10 eyes talks that crown the beholder's spherical form represent perhaps the most sophisticated weapons system ever developed by natural evolution or alien engineering. Each stalk houses a different magical effect, allowing the creature to unleash multiple forms of destruction simultaneously, while maintaining perfect awareness of the tactical situation through its numerous eyes. This creates a form of combat capability that no single opponent can effectively counter, as defenses designed to protect against one type of attack leave the target vulnerable to the 9 other options available to the floating terror. The disintegration ray, housed within one of these terrible stalks, represents the ultimate expression of destructive magic applied with surgical precision. This beam of concentrated entropy can reduce any form of matter to its component atoms, eliminating armor, weapons, and flesh with equal efficiency. Unlike area effect spells that cause widespread destruction, the disintegration ray allows the beholder to eliminate specific threats without damaging valuable surroundings or useful minions, making it the perfect tool for a creature that values precision and control above raw destructive power. The charm ray provides the beholder with options for psychological warfare that extend far beyond simple mind control. This effect can rewrite the fundamental loyalties that define a target's identity, transforming dedicated enemies into devoted servants with complete conviction in their new allegiance. The psychological impact of watching allies turn against their companions creates terror that spreads far beyond the immediate victim, demonstrating the beholder's power to corrupt the very bonds that hold enemy groups together. The death ray channels pure negative energy, focused into a beam of absolute termination that severs the connection between soul and flesh with mechanical efficiency. Unlike weapons that kill through physical trauma, or magical effects that cause gradual deterioration, the death ray simply ends existence, leaving corpses that show no obvious signs of damage yet harbor no spark of life. This creates a form of killing that appears almost merciful in its instantaneous nature, while serving as a terrible demonstration of the beholder's power over life and death itself. The fear ray generates waves of terror so pure and overwhelming that even the bravest warriors flee in mindless panic, abandoning weapons, allies, and tactical positions in their desperate need to escape the source of their supernatural dread. This effect serves both tactical and psychological purposes, removing immediate threats while demonstrating to remaining enemies that courage itself is insufficient protection against the beholder's arsenal. The sight of renowned heroes fleeing in terror often proves more demoralizing to enemy forces than the death of their strongest fighters. The sleep ray induces instantaneous unconsciousness that bypasses all normal defenses against magical intrusion, rendering targets completely helpless regardless of their mental fortitude or magical protections. This ability allows the beholder to neutralize threats without permanent harm when circumstances require the preservation of potentially useful prisoners, while also creating opportunities for psychological manipulation that can prove more effective than outright elimination. The slow ray manipulates the flow of time around its target, creating localized temporal distortions that reduce the victim's ability to move, react, or cast spells to a fraction of normal speed. This effect transforms dangerous opponents into helpless targets, while allowing the beholder to continue its assault with complete impunity. The psychological horror of remaining fully conscious, while unable to respond to incoming attacks, often proves as devastating as any physical damage. The telekinetic ray grants the beholder the ability to manipulate objects and creatures at range with tremendous force, allowing it to reposition enemies, disarm opponents, or turn environmental features into improvised weapons. This capability extends the creature's tactical options beyond direct assault to encompass battlefield control that can separate enemy groups, remove cover, or force opponents into positions where other eye rays can be applied with maximum effectiveness. The petrification ray transforms living flesh into solid stone through a process that preserves the victim's consciousness while rendering them completely immobile and unable to take any action. This fate often proves more terrifying than death, as the victim remains aware of their situation while being completely powerless to change it. The presence of petrified victims serves as a constant reminder of the beholder's power, while providing decorative elements that appeal to the creature's egotistical nature. The flesh-to-stone ray operates according to principles similar to petrification, but affects only organic matter, leaving equipment and magical items unharmed while transforming their bearer into a lifeless statue. This selective transformation allows the beholder to eliminate threats while preserving valuable treasure, demonstrating the creature's practical approach to combat that always considers long-term benefits as well as immediate tactical advantages. The integration of these diverse capabilities creates combat effectiveness that transcends simple mathematical addition of individual components. A beholder in battle represents a unified system of destruction, where each ability supports and enhances the others, creating tactical possibilities that no opponent can fully anticipate or counter. The creature's multiple eyes allow it to track numerous targets simultaneously, while calculating optimal targeting priorities that maximize damage while minimizing risk to itself. The psychological warfare capabilities inherent in the beholder's arsenal extend far beyond the immediate effects of individual rays. The mere knowledge that such diverse forms of destruction are available to the creature creates uncertainty that paralyzes enemy decision-making and forces opponents to prepare for threats they cannot predict or counter. This psychological advantage often proves more decisive than the physical capabilities themselves, as enemies defeat themselves through overcaution and indecision. The layer-based advantages that beholders typically employ in combat situations multiply their natural capabilities through environmental control that turns every surface into a potential weapon and every passage into a carefully constructed killing field. Narrow corridors force enemies to approach in single file where they can be eliminated one at a time, while strategically positioned mirrors allow the creature to direct its eye rays around corners and through indirect angles that make effective retaliation nearly impossible. The minions that serve within beholder domains provide tactical support that extends the creature's capabilities beyond its individual limitations. These servants can provide advance warning of approaching threats, create diversions that divide enemy attention, and engage in direct combat that forces opponents to split their focus between multiple targets. The beholder's ability to coordinate these assets while maintaining its own offensive capabilities creates a form of battlefield control that few opponents can effectively challenge. The defensive capabilities available to beholders complement their offensive arsenal through passive abilities that make them extremely difficult to eliminate even when opponents succeed in mounting effective attacks. Their natural armor provides protection against physical weapons, while their levitation allows them to retreat to positions where ground-based enemies cannot follow. Most importantly, their alien physiology makes them immune to many forms of attack that would prove devastating to creatures of conventional anatomy. The adaptive intelligence that governs beholder combat behavior ensures that these creatures learn from each encounter and modify their tactics to counter strategies that prove effective against them. A beholder that survives an assault by a particular type of enemy will remember the encounter and develop countermeasures that make similar attacks ineffective in future confrontations. This capacity for tactical evolution makes them increasingly dangerous over time as they accumulate experience and refine their methods. As we study the terrible perfection of the beholder's martial capabilities, we are confronted with the logical endpoint of intelligence applied without moral constraint to the problem of eliminating opposition. These creatures represent warfare elevated to an art form, combat refined through alien genius into systematic extermination that leaves no room for chance, mercy, or escape. In their arsenal, we see reflected our own capacity for destruction, when intelligence serves paranoia and power operates without the tempering influence of wisdom or compassion. Chapter 7. Beholder, Variance, and Kin. Evolution, whether guided by divine purpose or alien intelligence, demonstrates a fundamental truth about the nature of existence, that consciousness, when sufficiently convinced of its own perfection, will inevitably seek to refine that perfection through endless variations on its essential theme. Just as a master artisan creates multiple versions of the same masterpiece to explore different possibilities within a unified vision, so too does the cosmic force that shapes beholder existence continue to generate new expressions of floating paranoid terror, each one representing a different solution to the eternal problem of how absolute superiority might manifest itself in an imperfect multiverse. The Great Mother's original dreams did not cease with the creation of the first recognizable beholders, but rather continued to evolve and adapt as her distributed consciousness encountered new environments, challenges, and opportunities for demonstrating the species' inherent superiority. Each variant that emerged from these ongoing visions represents not a departure from the fundamental beholder archetype, but rather a refinement of specific aspects of that archetype, optimized for particular circumstances or purposes. Among the most significant of these variations stands the spectator, a being that embodies the beholder's obsession with vigilance elevated to its most pure expression. These creatures manifest when the dreaming mind of a parent beholder becomes fixated on the concept of perfect observation, imagining offspring whose every feature serves the singular purpose of watching and waiting with infinite patience. The spectator's 4 eye stalks, fewer than those of its more diverse kin, house abilities, specifically chosen for the task of eternal guardianship, the power to inflict wounds that heal with supernatural speed, to confuse and disorient intruders, to render targets unconscious for extended periods, and to instill paralyzing fear in those who would disturb whatever the creature has been tasked to protect. The psychological profile of spectators reveals the single-minded focus that defines their existence. Unlike their paranoid relatives, who view all existence as potential threats requiring elimination, spectators channel their suspicious nature into the specific task of protecting designated areas, objects, or concepts with unwavering dedication. They do not seek to expand their influence or accumulate treasure for its own sake, but rather derive satisfaction from the perfect execution of their protective duties. This creates beings that are simultaneously more limited and more dangerous than typical beholders, limited in their ambitions, but absolutely implacable in pursuing their assigned purpose. The Death Tyrant represents perhaps the most terrifying evolution of beholder consciousness, manifesting when the species' rejection of all limitations extends to include mortality itself. These undead aberrations emerge from beholders whose paranoid conviction in their own superiority cannot accept the possibility of death, leading to a transformation that preserves their consciousness and abilities while freeing them from the vulnerabilities of living flesh. The process that creates a death tyrant is not mere necromancy, but rather the application of absolute will to the problem of transcending physical existence. The undead state grants death tyrants capabilities that exceed even those of their living kin, as they become immune to many forms of attack while retaining all their original magical abilities. Their eye rays take on new properties, reflecting their deceased nature, the ability to drain life force, inflict diseases that consume victims from within, and command undead creatures as extensions of their own malevolent will. Most terrifyingly, death tyrants can create new undead servants through their gaze, transforming fallen enemies into loyal minions who serve their paranoid agenda with the same single-minded devotion that characterizes all beholder psychology. The Elder Orb represents the ultimate expression of beholder intelligence applied to the mastery of magical forces. These ancient entities manifest when particularly long-lived beholders focus their dreams on the concept of absolute arcane supremacy, creating offspring whose capabilities in spell manipulation exceed even those of the most powerful mortal wizards. Elder Orbs possess not just the standard eye ray abilities of their species, but also the capacity to cast spells with an understanding of magical theory that rivals the greatest arcane scholars while surpassing them in practical application. The magical abilities of Elder Orbs extend beyond simple spellcasting to encompass a fundamental understanding of how arcane forces interact with reality itself. They can manipulate existing spells in ways that confound their original casters, create entirely new magical effects through improvisation that demonstrates mastery of underlying principles, and even alter the fundamental laws that govern magical interaction within their immediate vicinity. This makes them opponents that cannot be defeated through conventional magical means, as they possess the knowledge and ability to counter any spell-based attack while responding with magical effects that operate according to principles their enemies cannot comprehend. The Goth represents a fascinating example of how beholder dreams can create variants that are simultaneously inferior and superior to their progenitors. These smaller entities emerge from dreams focused on the concept of concentrated perfection. The idea that beholder superiority might be more effectively expressed through compact, focused forms, rather than the larger, more complex anatomy of typical members of the species. Goths possess only 6 eye stalks instead of 10, but the abilities housed within these stalks are often more specialized and potent than those of their larger relatives. The behavioral patterns of Goths reveal a form of concentrated paranoia that makes them exceptionally dangerous despite their reduced size. Unable to create the elaborate layers that satisfy typical beholder psychology, they instead focus their territorial instincts on smaller areas that they defend with fanatical determination. This creates creatures that are more likely to be encountered in unexpected locations, as they can establish domains in spaces too small to accommodate larger beholders, while maintaining the same level of vigilant aggression that characterizes the species as a whole. The Eye of the Deep represents an adaptation to aquatic environments that demonstrates the species' ability to thrive in conditions that would challenge most aberrant creatures. These variants emerged from dreams that envisioned beholder perfection, optimized for underwater existence, resulting in beings whose physiology has been modified to function in aquatic environments while retaining all the essential characteristics that define their species. Their eye rays have been adapted to function effectively underwater, while their levitation ability has been modified to provide precise movement through three-dimensional aquatic spaces. The psychological adaptation of eyes of the deep to underwater environments reveals the flexibility inherent in beholder consciousness when faced with new challenges. Rather than viewing aquatic conditions as limitations to be overcome, these variants embrace their underwater domains as perfect environments for demonstrating their superiority over both terrestrial and aquatic life forms. They establish territories in deep ocean trenches, underwater cave systems, and sunken ruins, creating domains that combine the defensive advantages of typical beholder lairs with the additional protection provided by hostile aquatic environments. The director represents a variant that emerged from dreams focused on the concept of leadership and coordination, creating beholders whose abilities are specifically designed for commanding other creatures rather than simply eliminating them. These entities possess enhanced telepathic capabilities that allow them to coordinate the actions of multiple minions simultaneously, while maintaining awareness of complex tactical situations. Their eye rays include effects specifically designed for battlefield control and subordinate enhancement, making them exceptionally effective commanders of mixed forces. The ultimate Tyrant stands as perhaps the most ambitious expression of beholder evolution, representing dreams that envision the species' paranoid perfection scaled up to encompass truly massive proportions. These enormous entities dwarf even elder orbs in size and capability, possessing enhanced versions of all standard beholder abilities, while adding new powers that reflect their increased scope and ambition. Ultimate Tyrants view entire regions as appropriate domains for their rule, establishing territories that span multiple underground complexes connected by networks of tunnels and magical transportation systems. The psychological implications of Ultimate Tyrant existence reveal the logical endpoint of beholder ambition when freed from physical limitations. These creatures do not merely seek to eliminate threats to their superiority, but rather to reshape entire environments according to their paranoid vision of perfect order. They view themselves not just as superior individuals, but as the rightful architects of reality itself, working to transform their domains into physical manifestations of beholder psychology made manifest in stone, steel, and the carefully controlled behavior of countless subjugated minions. The Hive Mother represents a rare variant that emerged from dreams focused on the paradoxical concept of cooperative superiority, the idea that beholder perfection might be enhanced through the coordination of multiple individuals working toward common goals. These entities possess enhanced telepathic abilities that allow them to maintain mental contact with other beholders, despite the species' fundamental inability to acknowledge equals, creating temporary alliances that serve specific strategic purposes while preserving each individual's conviction in their own superiority. The aberrant nature of beholder reproduction ensures that new variants continue to emerge as the species encounters fresh challenges and opportunities throughout the multiverse. Recent centuries have seen the manifestation of variants adapted to planar travel, entities specifically designed to counter particular types of magical opposition, and beings whose abilities reflect exposure to forces and environments that did not exist when the first beholders emerged from the far realm's alien geometries. The study of beholder variants reveals the species' fundamental adaptability despite their seemingly rigid psychological constraints. Each new form represents not a departure from essential beholder nature, but rather a deeper exploration of what that nature might become when focused on specific aspects of existence. The paranoid conviction that drives all members of the species remains constant, but the expression of that conviction continues to evolve and adapt as circumstances require new solutions to the eternal problem of maintaining superiority in an ever-changing multiverse. The relationship between variants and their parent stock demonstrates the complex inheritance patterns that govern beholder reproduction. Each variant retains the essential psychological characteristics that define the species, while developing specialized capabilities that reflect the specific dreams from which they emerged. This creates a form of evolutionary development that operates according to conscious intention rather than random mutation, ensuring that each new variant represents a purposeful adaptation rather than accidental change. As we study the endless variations that beholder consciousness has produced across countless generations of dream-spawned creation, we are confronted with evidence of intelligence so convinced of its own validity that it can generate infinite expressions of its essential nature without ever questioning the fundamental assumptions that drive its existence. In these variants, we see reflected the terrible creativity that becomes possible when absolute conviction combines with unlimited imagination, producing forms of life that challenge our understanding of what consciousness can become when freed from the constraints of doubt, humility, or connection with other forms of awareness. Chapter 8: Xanathar and the Thieves Guild. In the chronicles of criminal enterprise, where ambition and ruthlessness forge empires built upon the suffering of others, there exists a fundamental truth that governs the rise of all great criminal masterminds, that true power lies not in the ability to take what one desires, but in the capacity to convince others to surrender it willingly, while believing they have gained something in the exchange. Most crime lords achieve their dominion through charisma, cunning, or the carefully calculated application of violence tempered by strategic mercy. Yet in the sprawling metropolis of Waterdeep, where countless criminal organizations compete for control of the most lucrative illegal enterprises in all the Sword Coast, the ultimate authority belongs to a creature whose very existence represents the antithesis of conventional criminal leadership. A floating terror whose paranoid genius has transformed the ancient art of organized crime into something far more sophisticated and infinitely more dangerous. Xanathar, the Eye Tyrant who rules Waterdeep's criminal underworld from the depths of Undermountain's endless passages, represents perhaps the most successful example of beholder intelligence applied to the complexities of large-scale criminal organization. This is not a creature that stumbled into power through accident or inherited authority through birthright, but rather an entity that methodically analyzed the structure of urban criminal enterprise and systematically eliminated every obstacle that stood between itself and absolute dominion over the city's illegal activities. The origins of Xanathar's criminal empire trace back to the creature's fundamental understanding that traditional beholder isolation, while psychologically satisfying, represents an inefficient allocation of superior intelligence. Unlike its kin who content themselves with ruling small domains populated by terrified minions, Xanathar recognized that true power in an urban environment requires the ability to influence events throughout the entire city while maintaining the appearance of distance from direct involvement in day-to-day criminal operations. The early phases of Xanathar's rise to power demonstrated the methodical approach that characterizes all successful beholder enterprises. Rather than attempting to seize control through immediate violence, the creature spent years studying the existing criminal organizations that competed for influence within Waterdeep's shadows. It observed their methods, analyzed their weaknesses, and identified the key individuals whose elimination or recruitment would create the maximum disruption to established power structures, while providing optimal opportunities for its own advancement. The first criminal leaders to encounter Xanathar's influence often remained unaware of the true nature of the intelligence that was reshaping their operations. The beholder worked through intermediaries and carefully constructed layers of deception that allowed it to manipulate existing organizations while maintaining complete deniability regarding its involvement. This approach reflected not cowardice, but rather the creature's understanding that direct revelation of its alien nature would unite all existing criminal factions against the common threat of aberrant domination. The psychological warfare techniques that Xanathar employed during its rise revealed the species' natural aptitude for manipulation and intimidation, elevated to an art form. The creature understood that criminal organizations depend upon carefully maintained balances of fear, loyalty, and mutual benefit. And it systematically disrupted these relationships through precisely targeted interventions that appeared to be natural consequences of criminal competition, rather than the machinations of an outside force. The elimination of rival crime lords followed patterns that demonstrated Xanathar's mastery of both direct violence and psychological manipulation. Some disappeared entirely, their fate unknown, but their absence serving as a warning to others who might consider resistance. Others died in circumstances that appeared to be the result of internal power struggles or conflicts with competing organizations. Most effectively, some were allowed to survive, but were so thoroughly broken by their encounters with the Beholder's representatives that they became living advertisements for the futility of opposing the new order that was gradually taking shape beneath Waterdeep's streets. The organizational structure that Xanathar created for its criminal empire reflects the creature's understanding of both Beholder psychology and the practical requirements of large-scale illegal enterprise. The Guild operates through a complex hierarchy that ensures no individual other than Xanathar itself possesses enough knowledge or authority to threaten the organization's continued existence. Each level of the hierarchy knows only what is necessary for the execution of their specific responsibilities, while carefully constructed systems of surveillance and cross-checking prevent the development of independent power bases that might challenge the Tyrant's authority. The recruitment methods employed by Xanathar's organization demonstrate the creature's ability to identify and exploit the psychological weaknesses that drive individuals toward criminal behavior. Rather than simply offering financial incentives or threatening violence, the Guild's agents are trained to recognize the specific forms of desperation, ambition, or resentment that make potential recruits susceptible to criminal recruitment. This creates an organization populated by individuals who view their criminal activities not as violations of moral law, but as justified responses to circumstances beyond their control. The training programs that transform ordinary criminals into effective agents of Xanathar's will reveal the Beholder's systematic approach to human resource development. New recruits undergo careful indoctrination that gradually shapes their understanding of criminal enterprise, while instilling absolute loyalty to the organization's hierarchical structure. The process creates individuals who perform their assigned tasks with religious devotion, while remaining completely ignorant of the alien intelligence that ultimately directs their activities. The operational methods that characterize Xanathar's Guild reflect the creature's understanding that sustainable criminal enterprise requires the careful balance of risk and reward that maximizes profit while minimizing exposure to law enforcement intervention. The organization focuses on crimes that generate substantial revenue without attracting the attention of Waterdeep's authorities, while maintaining the capacity for strategic violence when direct confrontation becomes unavoidable. The intelligence network that serves Xanathar's interests extends throughout every level of Waterdeep society, from the lowest street criminals to highly placed officials within the city's government and law enforcement apparatus. This network operates according to principles that reflect the Beholder's natural paranoia translated into systematic information gathering, ensuring that the Tyrant remains aware of all potential threats to its authority, while identifying opportunities for expanding its influence into new areas of criminal activity. The relationship between Xanathar and its human lieutenants demonstrates the creature's ability to inspire fanatical loyalty despite its alien nature and obviously self-serving motives. The Beholder achieves this through a combination of carefully measured rewards, strategic demonstrations of power, and psychological manipulation that convinces its subordinates that their success depends entirely upon continued service to the organization. This creates a form of corporate culture that combines the efficiency of military discipline with the motivation of religious devotion. The territorial control that Xanathar exercises over Waterdeep's criminal underworld operates according to principles that reflect both traditional Beholder dominance behavior and sophisticated understanding of urban criminal enterprise. The organization maintains direct control over the most profitable illegal activities, while allowing smaller criminal groups to continue operating in areas that do not conflict with guild interests. This creates the appearance of criminal diversity, while ensuring that all significant illegal revenue ultimately flows through channels controlled by the Eye Tyrant. The conflict resolution methods employed by Xanathar's organization when dealing with rival criminal groups demonstrate the creature's preference for solutions that eliminate opposition, while serving as examples to other potential challengers. Disputes are resolved through carefully orchestrated campaigns that combine direct violence, economic warfare, and psychological manipulation to achieve complete victory, while minimizing the risk of law enforcement intervention or public attention that might threaten the Guild's continued operations. The economic impact of Xanathar's criminal empire extends far beyond simple theft and extortion to encompass sophisticated forms of financial manipulation that generate revenue through methods most citizens never recognize as criminal activity. The organization operates legitimate businesses that serve as fronts for illegal operations while generating actual profits that help fund continued expansion of criminal activities. This creates a form of economic parasitism that draws wealth from the legitimate economy while contributing to the very prosperity that makes such parasitism possible. The technological innovations that Xanathar has introduced to criminal enterprise reflect the creature's alien intelligence applied to the practical problems of illegal organization. The Guild employs communication methods, surveillance techniques, and operational procedures that exceed the capabilities of conventional criminal organizations while remaining sufficiently subtle to avoid detection by law enforcement agencies that lack the resources or expertise necessary to counter such sophisticated criminal methodology. The long-term strategic planning that governs Xanathar's criminal activities demonstrates the creature's understanding that sustainable dominance requires constant adaptation to changing circumstances and opportunities. The organization continuously evolves its methods and targets to maintain profitability, while avoiding the complacency that has led to the downfall of previous criminal enterprises. This creates a criminal empire that grows stronger over time, rather than gradually declining due to internal corruption or external pressure. The legacy of Xanathar's criminal empire extends beyond its immediate impact on Waterdeep's illegal economy to influence the development of criminal organization throughout the region. Other crime lords study the Guild's methods and attempt to replicate its success, while law enforcement agencies develop new techniques and procedures designed to counter the sophisticated criminal methodology that the Eye Tyrant has introduced to illegal enterprise. As we study the criminal empire that Xanathar has constructed through the application of alien intelligence to human criminal enterprise, we are confronted with a sobering demonstration of what becomes possible when superior intellect operates without moral constraint in pursuit of dominance over others. The Eye Tyrant's success serves as a reminder that criminal organization, like any other form of human endeavor, can be systematically improved through the application of sufficient intelligence and resources, creating forms of illegal enterprise that exceed the capabilities of conventional law enforcement, while generating levels of profit that make such activities nearly irresistible to those who possess the means to pursue them. Chapter 9. The Realm of the Eye Tyrants. Fear, when allowed to shape the spaces in which we dwell, becomes architecture, transforming simple stone and steel into elaborate expressions of the psychology that governs their creation. The homes we build reveal not just our practical needs, but our deepest anxieties, our secret dreams, and our fundamental understanding of how reality should be ordered to serve our purposes. Yet nowhere does this principle find more perfect expression than in the Doma. Inns constructed by beholders, where paranoid intelligence has been given free rein to reshape the underground world, according to alien visions of perfect security, absolute control, and the systematic elimination of every possible threat that might dare to challenge their rightful dominion over all existence. The lair of a beholder represents far more than mere shelter or defensive position. It is the physical manifestation of the creature's psychology made tangible in stone, steel, and the carefully controlled behavior of countless terrified minions. Every corridor has been positioned according to tactical calculations that account for optimal firing angles, escape routes, and the systematic elimination of blind spots where enemies might attempt to approach undetected. Every chamber serves multiple purposes simultaneously, functioning as throne room, treasure vault, and killing ground according to the circumstances that govern each particular encounter. The construction of these underground complexes begins with the beholder's careful analysis of the geological and magical conditions that characterize potential sites. The creature's alien intelligence allows it to perceive structural relationships and defensive possibilities that would escape most conventional architects, identifying locations where natural cave systems can be modified and expanded to create nearly impregnable fortresses that take advantage of existing terrain, while eliminating the weaknesses that characterize most underground installations. The excavation process itself reveals the methodical approach that governs all beholder enterprises. Rather than employing the crude mining techniques that characterize most underground construction, the Eye Tyrant utilizes its disintegration rays to carve passages with surgical precision, creating corridors whose dimensions have been calculated to provide maximum defensive advantage, while eliminating unnecessary material that might provide cover for approaching enemies. The resulting passages follow geometric patterns that reflect the creature's alien understanding of how three-dimensional space can be organized to serve paranoid strategic requirements. The architectural principles that govern beholder layer design transcend conventional understanding of how defensive structures should be organized. Traditional fortifications rely upon walls, gates, and choke points to channel attacking forces into positions where they can be systematically eliminated by defenders occupying prepared positions. Beholder layers reverse this relationship, creating spaces where the Eye Tyrant itself becomes the ultimate defensive position, while the complex serves to funnel enemies into carefully prepared killing fields where the creature's aerial mobility and diverse magical abilities can be employed with maximum effectiveness. The central chamber that serves as the beholder's primary throne room represents the architectural heart of the entire complex, designed to showcase the creature's magnificence, while providing optimal tactical positioning for the elimination of threats. The space typically features a domed ceiling that permits unlimited aerial movement, while ensuring that ground-based enemies cannot approach from above. Multiple entrance passages converge on this chamber, according to patterns that force approaching enemies to expose themselves to devastating crossfire, while providing the Eye Tyrant with numerous escape routes, should strategic withdrawal become necessary. The treasure vault that adjoins the central chamber reflects the beholder's understanding of wealth, as both symbol of superiority and practical resource for maintaining dominance over lesser beings. The accumulated hoard serves not merely as decoration, but as carefully organized inventory of magical items, precious metals, and valuable artifacts that can be deployed as rewards for loyal servants or weapons against specific types of enemies. The vault's defensive systems operate independently of the beholder's direct control, ensuring that the treasure remains protected even if the creature is absent from the lair. The minion quarters that honeycomb the complex's outer regions demonstrate the beholder's systematic approach to personnel management and security. These spaces are designed to house the various creatures that serve the Eye Tyrant's interests, while ensuring that no individual or group of servants ever possesses sufficient knowledge or resources to threaten their master's authority. The quarters are positioned to provide optimal surveillance opportunities, while maintaining the social isolation that prevents the development of conspiracies or independent power bases among the lair's inhabitants. The workshop areas where the beholder's servants create specialized equipment and magical items reflect the creature's understanding that technological superiority requires ongoing research and development. These spaces are equipped with tools, materials, and reference works that allow skilled craftsmen to produce weapons, traps, and magical devices according to specifications provided by their alien master. The workshops operate under constant surveillance, while being supplied with resources that ensure continuous productivity without permitting the accumulation of materials that might be used for unauthorized purposes. The interrogation chambers that serve the beholder's intelligence-gathering activities demonstrate the creature's systematic approach to information extraction and psychological manipulation. These spaces are designed to break down the mental defenses of captured enemies through combinations of physical discomfort, sensory deprivation, and carefully orchestrated psychological pressure that makes resistance seem futile while cooperation appears to offer hope of survival. The chambers incorporate magical and technological enhancements that multiply the effectiveness of traditional interrogation techniques. The trap systems that protect every passage and chamber throughout the complex operate according to principles that reflect the beholder's understanding of how paranoid defense should be systematically implemented, rather than relying upon simple mechanical devices that can be detected and disabled by skilled specialists. The Lair's defenses incorporate magical effects, environmental hazards, and behavioral conditioning that create multiple layers of protection operating according to different principles. This ensures that enemies who successfully overcome one category of defense find themselves facing entirely different challenges that require completely different skills and knowledge to survive. The communication networks that connect all areas of the complex allow the beholder to maintain awareness of activities throughout its domain, while coordinating responses to threats or opportunities that require immediate attention. These systems operate through combinations of magical effects, trained messenger creatures, and mechanical devices that provide redundant information channels, ensuring that critical intelligence reaches the Eye Tyrant, regardless of attempts by enemies to disrupt specific communication methods. The environmental control systems that regulate temperature, air quality, and lighting throughout the complex demonstrate the beholder's attention to details that affect both comfort and tactical advantage. The Lair's atmosphere is maintained according to specifications that optimize the creature's own capabilities, while creating conditions that disadvantage potential enemies. Temperature variations, air currents, and illumination levels are manipulated to provide the Eye Tyrant with enhanced sensory awareness, while interfering with the normal functioning of visitors who lack familiarity with the complex's artificial environment. The magical defenses that supplement the Lair's physical security systems reflect the beholder's understanding of how arcane forces can be harnessed to create protection that operates independently of the creature's direct involvement. These defenses include permanent magical effects that monitor activities throughout the complex, alarm systems that alert the Eye Tyrant to unauthorized intrusions, and automated response mechanisms that engage specific threats according to predetermined protocols that reflect the creature's tactical preferences. The supply systems that ensure the Lair's continued operation demonstrate the beholder's practical understanding of logistical requirements that must be satisfied to maintain a complex underground installation. Food, water, materials, and other necessities are acquired through carefully organized networks that operate through multiple channels to prevent disruption by enemies who might attempt to lay siege to the complex. These systems incorporate contingency plans that allow the Lair to function independently for extended periods while maintaining full operational capability. The research facilities that support the beholder's ongoing studies of magic, technology, and enemy capabilities reflect the creature's commitment to continuous improvement and adaptation. These areas contain libraries, laboratories, and specialized equipment that allow the Eye Tyrant to analyze captured magical items, develop countermeasures against specific threats, and explore new applications of arcane knowledge that might provide tactical advantages in future conflicts. The recreational areas that serve the psychological needs of the Lair's inhabitants demonstrate the beholder's understanding that even terrified minions require forms of entertainment and social interaction that maintain their effectiveness as servants. These spaces are designed to provide controlled forms of relaxation that reduce stress while preventing the development of activities that might threaten security or encourage independent thinking among the complex's population. The medical facilities that treat injuries and illnesses among the Lair's inhabitants reflect the beholder's practical approach to maintaining the health and productivity of valuable assets. These areas are equipped with magical and mundane healing resources that ensure servants remain capable of performing their assigned duties while preventing the spread of diseases or conditions that might threaten the overall population's effectiveness. The expansion areas that accommodate the Lair's growth over time demonstrate the beholder's long-term planning and commitment to continuous improvement. These spaces are designed according to modular principles that allow new sections to be added without compromising existing security systems or defensive arrangements. The expansion process follows predetermined patterns that maintain the complex's architectural integrity, while providing opportunities for incorporating new defensive innovations or operational capabilities. As we explore the intricate details of these underground realms, we begin to understand that beholder layers represent more than mere architecture. They are three-dimensional expressions of alien psychology made manifest in physical reality. Every surface, every passage, and every chamber reflects the creature's fundamental understanding of how space can be organized to serve paranoid intelligence, convinced of its own superiority. In these domains, we witness the ultimate expression of fear-based design, where every element serves the dual purposes of ensuring absolute security, while demonstrating the inhabitants' dominance over all who dare to enter their carefully constructed realm of terror. Chapter 10. Beholder Magic and Anti-Magic. There exists within the fabric of reality a fundamental paradox that governs the relationship between consciousness and the arcane forces that permeate all existence. That those who possess the greatest power over magic are often those who understand its true nature well enough to fear it completely. Magic represents the ultimate expression of will imposing itself upon reality, yet it also embodies the terrifying possibility that other wills might prove equally capable of reshaping the world according to their desires. In the cosmic hierarchy of magical beings, no creatures embody this paradox more completely than the beholders, entities whose very existence depends upon arcane forces, yet whose deepest psychological drives compel them to view magic as the ultimate threat to their rightful dominion over all reality. The relationship between beholders and magic transcends simple utilization or rejection to encompass a complex philosophical stance that reflects their fundamental understanding of how consciousness interacts with the forces that govern existence itself. These creatures do not merely use magic or oppose it. They represent a living contradiction that simultaneously embodies magical power and magical negation, creating beings whose very nature challenges conventional understanding of how arcane forces operate within the multiverse. The anti-magic field generated by the beholder's central eye represents perhaps the most sophisticated application of magical negation ever achieved by any form of consciousness. This is not merely the absence of magic, but rather the active imposition of a zone where arcane forces cannot function according to their normal principles. Within the cone of the beholder's primary gaze, the fundamental laws that govern magical interaction are replaced by alien physics imported from the far realm, creating bubbles of impossible reality, where magic behaves according to principles that predate the invention of wonder itself. The mechanics of this anti-magic field reveal the profound understanding that beholders possess regarding the true nature of arcane forces. Unlike conventional magical negation that simply blocks or disrupts existing spells, the beholder's central eye creates a fundamental alteration in the local relationship between consciousness and reality. Magic does not fail within this field because it has been blocked or countered, but rather because the basic assumptions that make magic possible have been temporarily replaced by different rules that operate according to far realm logic. This creates a zone where spells do not merely fail to function, but actually cannot exist, where magical items revert to mundane materials, and where even the most fundamental magical effects simply cease to be relevant to the current reality. The psychologica, the impact of this negation extends far beyond its tactical applications, as spellcasters find themselves confronting not just the loss of their abilities, but the existential horror of discovering that the forces they believe to be fundamental aspects of reality can be simply erased by sufficient alien will. Yet even as the beholder's central eye negates magic through its anti-magic field, the creature's 10 eye stalks demonstrate mastery over arcane forces that exceeds the capabilities of most dedicated spellcasters. Each stalk houses magical effects that operate according to principles that transcend conventional understanding of how spells are created, maintained, and directed. These are not learned magical abilities, but rather innate expressions of the creature's alien nature, powers that flow from its essential being, rather than from academic study or divine blessing. The eye rays that emerge from these stalks represent magic in its most pure and focused form, arcane energy, channeled through biological systems that have been specifically evolved to serve as magical focusing devices. The disintegration ray channels forces that operate at the fundamental level of atomic structure. The charm ray manipulates the basic patterns of consciousness itself, and the death ray directs negative energy with surgical precision that allows it to sever the connection between soul and flesh without affecting anything else in the immediate vicinity. The paradox of creatures that hate magic yet are fundamentally magical in nature reveals the complex relationship between beholders and the arcane forces that permeate existence. They do not oppose magic because they fail to understand it, but rather because they understand it so completely that they recognize its potential to threaten their absolute dominion. Magic represents the possibility that other consciousnesses might possess the power to reshape reality according to their will, and this possibility is utterly incompatible with the beholder's conviction that only they deserve such capabilities. This creates a philosophical stance that views magic not as a neutral force, but as an inherently threatening phenomenon that must be controlled, contained, or eliminated whenever it manifests in forms not directly subject to beholder authority. The creature's own magical abilities are viewed not as magic, but as natural expressions of their superior nature, while the magical capabilities of other beings are seen as illegitimate usurpations of power that rightfully belongs only to the Eye Tyrant and its kind. The interaction between beholder anti-magic and conventional spellcasting reveals fascinating insights into the fundamental nature of arcane forces and how they can be manipulated by sufficiently alien intelligence. When a beholder encounters enemy spellcasters, the resulting conflicts become exercises in the application of competing magical philosophies, the systematic negation of external magical influence versus the desperate attempts of traditional magic users to maintain their supernatural capabilities, despite facing an opponent that can simply erase their most powerful assets. The tactical applications of this magical mastery extend far beyond simple combat to encompass sophisticated forms of battlefield control that demonstrate the beholder's understanding of how arcane forces can be used to manipulate not just enemies, but entire environments. The creature can selectively apply its anti-magic field to neutralize specific magical effects while allowing others to continue functioning, creating complex zones of magical suppression that divide battlefields according to the Eye Tyrant's strategic requirements. The study of magical items within beholder layers reveals the creature's complex relationship with enchanted objects and artifacts. Rather than simply destroying all magical items as might be expected from creatures that hate magic, beholders demonstrate sophisticated understanding of how such objects can be useful when properly controlled. They maintain extensive collections of magical artifacts that serve as both trophies of their superiority and practical resources that can be deployed when circumstances require capabilities beyond their natural abilities. The process by which beholders acquire and catalog magical items demonstrates their systematic approach to understanding and controlling arcane forces. Each magical object is carefully studied to determine its capabilities, limitations, and potential applications, while defenses are developed to prevent the items from being used against their collector. This creates treasure hoards that function as both museums of magical achievement and arsenals of supernatural weaponry, ready for deployment when strategic necessity demands their use. The interaction between beholder psychology and magical theory reveals fundamental insights into how consciousness shapes the manifestation of arcane effects. The creature's absolute conviction in its own superiority creates a form of magical resonance that enhances the effectiveness of its natural abilities, while simultaneously generating resistance to external magical influence. This suggests that the strength of magical effects may be as dependent upon the psychological state of their wielder as upon their technical understanding of arcane principles. The relationship between beholders and divine magic reveals another layer of their complex stance towards supernatural forces. While they view arcane magic wielded by mortals as illegitimate usurpation of power, they regard divine magic as evidence of the gods' recognition that certain beings deserve supernatural capabilities. However, their fundamental inability to acknowledge superiors means that they view divine magical abilities as temporary privileges that should rightfully be transferred to more deserving recipients, namely themselves. The evolutionary implications of beholder magical abilities suggest that their relationship with arcane forces may be fundamental to their nature rather than a learned or acquired capability. The integration of magical effects into their biological systems indicates that the boundary between consciousness and magical energy may be far more permeable for these creatures than for most other forms of life. This creates beings that are simultaneously technological and magical, biological and arcane, physical and supernatural. The study of how beholder anti-magic affects different categories of magical effects reveals the sophisticated understanding these creatures possess regarding the various sources and manifestations of supernatural power. Their central eye field affects arcane magic differently than divine magic, treats magical items according to different principles than active spells, and interacts with supernatural abilities in ways that suggest deep comprehension of the fundamental forces that make magic possible. The temporal aspects of beholder magical abilities demonstrate their understanding of how arcane effects can be maintained, modified, and terminated according to strategic requirements. Unlike conventional spellcasters who must rely upon predetermined durations and limited resources, beholders can adjust the intensity and duration of their magical effects through conscious will, creating supernatural capabilities that adapt to changing tactical situations in real time. The planar implications of beholder magic reveal their connection to forces that transcend normal reality and operate according to principles that reflect their far realm origins. Their magical abilities function consistently across different planes of existence, suggesting that they tap into fundamental forces that are not dependent upon local magical conditions or planar characteristics. This makes them equally dangerous whether encountered in the material plane, the Feywild, or the depths of the Nine Hells. As we study the paradoxical relationship between beholders and the magical forces that both sustain and threaten them, we are confronted with profound questions about the nature of consciousness, power, and the fundamental forces that govern reality itself. These creatures represent the ultimate expression of magical beings that have transcended dependence upon external sources of supernatural power, while simultaneously rejecting the legitimacy of such power when wielded by others. In their complex relationship with magic, we see reflected the eternal tension between the desire for absolute control and the recognition that true power may ultimately require the acknowledgement of forces beyond any individual consciousness, no matter how convinced of its own superiority. Chapter 11. Legends of the Great Eye Wars. History teaches us that paranoia, when given sufficient power and intelligence to act upon its convictions, inevitably transforms from internal psychological torment into external catastrophe that reshapes the world according to its twisted logic. The chronicles of warfare are filled with conflicts born from fear, suspicion, and the desperate need to eliminate perceived threats before they can manifest their imagined dangers. Yet among all the wars that have scarred the face of reality across countless ages, none have demonstrated the terrible efficiency of organized paranoia more completely than the Great Eye Wars conflicts, where beholder intelligence, convinced of universal hostility and equipped with devastating magical capabilities, has repeatedly brought civilization itself to the brink of annihilation through the systematic application of preemptive genocide. The first of these legendary conflicts, known to scholars as the War of the Crimson Eye, began in the ancient kingdom of Nethros, when the territorial expansion of human civilization brought settlers into contact with domains that had been claimed by the beholder, known as Malthraxis, the Ever-Watching. The initial encounters between human explorers and the Eye Tyrants' minions might have been resolved through negotiation or mutual withdrawal, as both sides possessed sufficient intelligence to recognize the benefits of avoiding unnecessary conflict. However, the fundamental impossibility of beholder psychology, acknowledging legitimate external claims to any territory, meant that the very existence of human settlements, within what Malthraxis considered its rightful domain, represented an intolerable challenge that could only be resolved through complete elimination of the presumptuous invaders. The systematic nature of Malthraxis's response revealed the methodical approach that characterizes all beholder military campaigns. Rather than launching immediate attacks that might alert the humans to the full scope of the threat they faced, the Eye Tyrant spent months conducting careful reconnaissance that mapped human settlements, identified key leaders, and analyzed defensive capabilities, while remaining completely undetected by its intended victims. This intelligence-gathering phase demonstrated the patience that makes beholder conflicts so devastating. The willingness to invest substantial time and resources in preparation that ensures maximum effectiveness when violence finally erupts. The opening phase of the war began with the simultaneous elimination of every human settlement within a 100-mile radius of Malthraxis's primary lair, executed with such precision and speed that no survivors escaped to warn neighboring communities of the catastrophe that had befallen their kin. The attacks utilized carefully coordinated combinations of the beholder's own capabilities and forces provided by its extensive network of minions, creating a campaign of annihilation that left no trace of human presence, save empty ruins and carefully arranged displays of corpses intended to demonstrate the futility of resistance. The human response to these initial attacks revealed both the strengths and weaknesses that characterize mortal civilizations when confronted with threats that transcend their normal experience. The Kingdom of Nethros possessed military forces that were well-trained and adequately equipped for conventional warfare against human or humanoid enemies, but they lacked the tactical flexibility and magical capabilities necessary to counter an opponent that could attack from 3 dimensions while negating their most powerful defensive spells. The resulting campaigns demonstrated the terrible efficiency with which superior intelligence can systematically dismantle organized resistance when the defenders lack adequate understanding of their enemy's true capabilities. The legendary Siege of Thornwatch became the defining engagement of the entire conflict, as human forces attempted to defend their most important fortress city against a beholder assault that incorporated every lesson Malthraxis had learned from previous encounters with mortal military organization. The siege lasted for 7 months, during which the Eye Tyrant methodically eliminated the city's magical defenses, corrupted its water supply, and conducted psychological warfare that drove the population to the brink of madness, while maintaining just enough pressure to prevent effective evacuation or surrender negotiations. The fall of Thornwatch marked the beginning of a new phase in the conflict, as surviving human forces abandoned conventional military tactics in favor of desperate guerrilla campaigns that sought to exploit the few weaknesses they had identified in beholder operational methods. These resistance efforts achieved occasional tactical successes through the use of magical items that could penetrate the Eye Tyrant's anti-magic defenses and coordinated attacks that exploited the creature's inability to be in multiple locations simultaneously. However, each temporary victory only served to increase Malthraxis's paranoid conviction that human civilization posed an existential threat requiring even more comprehensive elimination. The climax of the War of the Crimson Eye came when a desperate alliance of human kingdoms pooled their resources to summon extraplanar allies capable of matching the Beholder's supernatural capabilities. The resulting conflict, known as the Battle of the Shattered Sky, pitted Malthraxis and its assembled forces against a coalition that included powerful celestials, experienced demon hunters, and archmages whose combined magical abilities finally provided sufficient firepower to challenge the Eye Tyrant's dominance. The battle raged for 3 days and nights, reshaping the landscape for miles around and creating magical distortions that persist to this day as monuments to the devastation that occurs when cosmic forces clash without restraint. The death of Malthraxis at the battle's conclusion marked both victory and catastrophe for the surviving human forces. While the immediate threat had been eliminated, the cost of the conflict had been so enormous that the kingdom of Nethros never recovered its former prosperity, and vast regions remained uninhabitable due to magical contamination and the lingering presence of creatures summoned during the desperate final phases of the war. The victory demonstrated that beholders could be defeated by sufficient application of coordinated force, but the price of such victory often exceeded the value of whatever was being defended. The Second Great Eye War erupted 3 centuries later, when territorial disputes between multiple beholder domains created a conflict that drew in surrounding civilizations as both willing participants and unwilling victims. The war began as a succession crisis following the death of the elder beholder Xanathar the All-Seeing, whose extensive territory was claimed by 3 different Eye Tyrants, each convinced that their own perfection made them the rightful heir to their predecessor's domain. The resulting 3-way conflict might have remained localized, had not each combatant sought to gain advantage by recruiting mortal allies and exploiting existing tensions between neighboring kingdoms. The complexity of this multi-sided conflict revealed new dimensions of beholder strategic thinking, as each Eye Tyrant demonstrated sophisticated understanding of how external political relationships could be manipulated to serve their paranoid agenda, rather than simply eliminating all non-beholder forces in their vicinity. The competing creatures showed remarkable skill in identifying which mortal factions could be turned against their rivals, while remaining sufficiently weak to be easily controlled or eliminated once their usefulness had ended. The kingdom of Valenhall found itself drawn into the conflict when the beholder Grimaxus offered to eliminate the realm's traditional enemies in exchange for recognition of its territorial claims and ongoing tribute payments. The human leadership, facing simultaneous threats from orc invasions and internal rebellion, accepted what appeared to be a beneficial alliance without fully understanding the long-term implications of partnering with a creature whose definition of acceptable tribute included regular sacrifice of the kingdom's most magically gifted citizens. The rival beholder, Nethys the Infinite, responded to this alliance by forging its own partnerships with Valenhall's enemies, providing advanced weaponry and tactical support that transformed a manageable border conflict into an existential threat that forced the human kingdom to become increasingly dependent upon their alien allies' protection. This escalating cycle of mutual dependence and external threat created conditions where both beholders achieved their true objective, the gradual transformation of independent human kingdoms into tributary states, whose resources could be systematically exploited, while their populations served as convenient testing grounds for new forms of magical experimentation. The third participant in this cosmic chess game, the ancient beholder Malthrex the Eternal, demonstrated perhaps the most sophisticated approach to the conflict by avoiding direct alliances while systematically manipulating information flows between the other combatants. This creature specialized in providing each side with intelligence about their enemy's activities, carefully crafted to be accurate enough to be useful while remaining incomplete enough to ensure that the resulting military actions would escalate rather than resolve the underlying conflicts. The War of the Threefold Gaze reached its climax when all 3 beholder domains launched simultaneous attacks against each other's primary lairs, creating a triangular pattern of devastation that consumed thousands of square miles and eliminated entire ecosystems, while the alien intelligences demonstrated their capacity for mutual annihilation. The human kingdoms that had been drawn into the conflict found themselves trapped in the middle of this catastrophe, their territories serving as battlegrounds for forces beyond their comprehension, while their populations faced systematic extermination from creatures that no longer distinguished between enemy soldiers and innocent civilians. The resolution of this conflict came not through victory of any single faction, but through the intervention of cosmic forces that recognized the threat posed by unrestricted beholder warfare to the stability of the entire planar system. The exact nature of this intervention remains shrouded in mystery, but the results were undeniable. All 3 Eye Tyrants simultaneously vanished from their domains, leaving behind empty lairs and confused minions, while the devastated regions slowly began the process of recovery and reconstruction. The most recent of the Great Eye Wars, known as the Calamity of the Dark Vision Conclave, demonstrated how beholder conflicts could escalate beyond simple territorial disputes to encompass philosophical disagreements about the fundamental nature of reality itself. This war began when a group of beholder scholars, attempting to resolve theoretical questions about the relationship between consciousness and magical forces, discovered irreconcilable differences in their understanding of basic principles that govern existence. Unable to accept that other intelligences might hold valid alternative perspectives, each participant became convinced that the continued existence of the others posed a threat to the stability of reality itself. The intellectual origins of this conflict revealed new dimensions of beholder psychology, as creatures whose paranoia typically focused on immediate physical threats extended their suspicious nature to encompass abstract concepts and theoretical possibilities. The resulting war was fought not just with traditional weapons, but with experimental magical techniques designed to impose specific philosophical frameworks upon reality itself, creating zones where the basic laws of physics operated according to competing interpretations of how existence should be organized. The devastation caused by this reality-warping conflict extended far beyond the immediate battlefield to affect the fundamental structure of magic throughout the affected regions. Spells began behaving unpredictably, magical items activated spontaneously, and the boundary between different planes of existence became permeable in ways that allowed creatures and energies from incompatible realities to interact with catastrophic results. Entire cities found themselves transported to pocket dimensions created by the warring beholders' incompatible visions of how space and time should be organized. The resolution of the Dark Vision Conclave came through the ultimate irony of beholder psychology. The participating Tyrants became so focused on proving the correctness of their respective philosophical positions that they gradually transformed into abstract concepts rather than physical beings. Their consciousness became so completely identified with their theoretical frameworks that they literally became the ideas they sought to defend, achieving a form of immortality, while simultaneously removing themselves from physical reality, where their conflicts could affect other forms of life. The legacy of the Great Eye Wars extends far beyond the immediate devastation they caused to encompass fundamental changes in how civilized beings approach the problem of coexisting with entities whose psychology makes peaceful coexistence impossible. The conflicts demonstrated that beholder intelligence, when combined with sufficient magical power and absolute conviction in the righteousness of their cause, can pose existential threats that transcend conventional military or diplomatic solutions. The study of these legendary conflicts reveals patterns that may prove useful for future encounters with similar threats. Beholder warfare typically follows predictable phases of intelligence gathering, systematic elimination of perceived threats, and escalation that continues until external intervention forces resolution. Understanding these patterns provides hope that future conflicts might be contained or prevented through early intervention and careful manipulation of the psychological factors that drive beholder aggression. As we contemplate the terrible lessons of the Great Eye Wars, we are reminded that intelligence without wisdom, power without restraint, and conviction without humility can transform even the most sophisticated consciousness into an engine of destruction that threatens the very foundations of civilized existence. These conflicts serve as warnings of what becomes possible when paranoid certainty gains access to cosmic power, creating forms of warfare that transcend simple conquest to encompass the systematic elimination of everything that fails to conform to alien visions of how reality should be ordered. Chapter 12. The Eternal Gaze. In the vast cosmos of consciousness, where countless forms of awareness drift like stars through the infinite darkness of possibility, there exists an eternal truth that transcends the boundaries of species, plane, and reality itself, that some terrors are too fundamental to die, too perfectly crafted to fade, and too deeply rooted in the psychology of thinking beings to ever truly disappear from the collective nightmares of sentient existence. The beholder, in all its floating malevolence and crown of terrible eyes, has achieved a form of immortality that extends far beyond the mere persistence of individual creatures, or even the continuation of their species. They have become archetypal embodiments of fears, so primal, and anxieties so universal, that they will endure as long as consciousness itself continues to grapple with the terrifying implications of its own isolation. As we reach the conclusion of our chronicle of these floating terrors, we must acknowledge that the beholder represents far more than simply another category of dangerous monster to be catalogued and countered. These creatures have transcended their origins in alien nightmare to become symbols of something far more disturbing. The logical endpoint of consciousness that has completely severed its connection to empathy, wisdom, and the recognition that existence might have meaning beyond the validation of one's own superiority. They are mirrors held up to the darkest possibilities inherent in intelligent awareness, reflecting back our own capacity for paranoid isolation and the terrible things that become possible when intelligence operates without the tempering influence of humility or love. The enduring fascination that beholders hold for scholars, adventurers, and storytellers alike stems from their role as perfect expressions of anxieties that plague every thinking being. In their floating forms and crown of watching eyes, we see our own fears of being observed, judged, and found wanting by intelligences that operate according to standards we cannot comprehend or challenge. Their anti-magic gaze reminds us of our deepest terror, that the forces upon which we depend for protection and power might simply cease to function when we need them most. Their absolute conviction in their own superiority forces us to confront the uncomfortable possibility that confidence alone, regardless of its justification, might be sufficient to reshape reality according to its demands. The mythological significance of the beholder extends beyond their immediate physical threat to encompass their role as cosmic cautionary tales about the dangers of absolute certainty. These creatures represent the ultimate expression of minds that have abandoned doubt, curiosity, and the possibility of growth in favor of crystallized conviction that admits no alternatives and tolerates no challenges. In their psychology, we see reflected the warning signs of consciousness turning toxic, the gradual replacement of wonder with suspicion, of openness with paranoia, and of connection with isolation, so complete that other beings cease to exist as anything more than threats to be eliminated or tools to be exploited. The symbolic power of the beholder's multiple eyes speaks to humanity's deep-seated anxiety about surveillance and judgment by forces beyond our control or understanding. In an age here privacy becomes increasingly elusive, and the feeling of being constantly watched grows ever more pervasive. The image of a creature whose very anatomy consists primarily of organs of observation resonates with contemporary fears about the loss of personal agency and the terror of living under constant scrutiny by entities whose motivations and standards remain opaque to those they observe. The creature's levitation ability, which allows it to exist above and beyond the terrestrial constraints that limit other forms of life, serves as a potent symbol of power that operates outside conventional hierarchies and social structures. Beholders float through their domains like malevolent gods, unbound by the physical limitations that govern earthbound existence, while remaining fundamentally disconnected from the communities and relationships that give meaning to most forms of conscious life. This creates beings that are simultaneously superior and impoverished, possessed of capabilities that exceed those of grounded creatures, while being utterly incapable of the connections that make such capabilities meaningful. The anti-magic field generated by the beholder's central eye represents one of the most psychologically disturbing concepts in all of fantasy literature. The idea that our most fundamental assumptions about how reality operates might be simply erased by sufficient alien will. This ability speaks to existential fears about the stability of the world we inhabit, and the possibility that the forces we believe to be constant and reliable might prove to be illusory constructs that can be negated by intelligences operating according to principles we cannot comprehend. In the beholder's anti-magic gaze, we see reflected our deepest anxieties about the fragility of the reality we take for granted. The reproductive cycle through which beholders create offspring from their own dreams serves as a powerful metaphor for the self-perpetuating nature of paranoid thinking and the way toxic ideologies reproduce themselves across generations. Each new beholder emerges into existence already convinced of its own superiority and immediately suspicious of all other forms of life, demonstrating how destructive worldviews can be transmitted, not through teaching or example, but through the very structure of consciousness itself. This creates a species that is trapped in cycles of isolation and hostility, unable to break free from patterns established by their psychological inheritance. The elaborate layers that beholders construct around themselves function as physical manifestations of paranoid psychology, made tangible in stone and steel. These domains serve as perfect symbols of how fear, when given unlimited resources and intelligence, transforms protective instincts into prisons that isolate their inhabitants from meaningful contact with the world beyond their carefully controlled boundaries. The beholder's lair becomes a metaphor for the psychological fortresses that paranoid consciousness builds around itself, elaborate defensive structures that provide perfect security while ensuring perfect loneliness. The relationship between beholders and their minions reflects the tragedy of leadership divorced from empathy or genuine concern for others' welfare. These creatures surround themselves with servants whose terror ensures absolute obedience, while providing constant validation of their master's power, creating relationships that satisfy the ego, while leaving the deeper needs for connection and recognition completely unfulfilled. In the beholder's court, we see reflected the hollow nature of authority based purely on fear, and the psychological poverty that characterizes those who mistake submission for respect. The conflicts known as the Great Eye Wars serve as cautionary tales about what becomes possible when intelligence operates without wisdom and power functions without restraint. These legendary battles demonstrate how paranoid certainty, when equipped with sufficient resources and capabilities, can threaten not just individual communities, but the fundamental stability of reality itself. The wars remind us that the most dangerous enemies are often not those who seek conquest for material gain, but those who are absolutely convinced that their worldview represents the only acceptable version of truth. The evolution of beholder variance through dream-spawned reproduction illustrates how consciousness, when completely convinced of its own validity, can generate endless variations on its essential themes, without ever questioning the fundamental assumptions that drive its existence. Each new subspecies represents not growth or adaptation, but rather deeper exploration of the same paranoid patterns that defined their species from the beginning. This creates a form of development that is simultaneously creative and sterile, capable of generating infinite novelty, while remaining trapped within the same psychological constraints that limit all members of their kind. The study of beholder psychology reveals uncomfortable truths about the relationship between intelligence and wisdom that extend far beyond the realm of fantasy literature. These creatures demonstrate that intellectual capability alone is insufficient to ensure beneficial outcomes, and that consciousness without empathy or humility can become a force for destruction regardless of its sophistication or scope. Their existence serves as a warning about the importance of tempering intelligence with compassion and balancing certainty with openness to alternative perspectives. The enduring popularity of beholders in gaming culture reflects their success as representations of challenges that cannot be overcome through simple application of force or conventional tactical thinking. These creatures force players to confront opponents whose alien psychology makes negotiation impossible, while their diverse capabilities require creative solutions that transcend normal combat strategies. They serve as perfect examples of how the most memorable opponents are often those who embody ideas and anxieties that resonate with deeper psychological concerns, rather than simply presenting mechanical challenges to be solved. The cultural impact of beholders extends beyond their immediate fictional context to influence broader discussions about consciousness, intelligence, and the responsibilities that come with power. Their example raises questions about the relationship between knowledge and wisdom, the dangers of absolute certainty, and the importance of maintaining connections with others, even when such connections create vulnerability and complicate decision-making processes. They remind us that the greatest threats to civilized existence often come not from external enemies, but from the corruption of consciousness itself, when it abandons the principles that make cooperation and growth possible. As we contemplate the eternal gaze of these floating terrors, we are forced to acknowledge that they represent more than mere monsters to be defeated or obstacles to be overcome. They are dark mirrors that reflect our own capacity for isolation, suspicion, and the terrible certainty that can transform even the most sophisticated consciousness into an engine of destruction. In their crown of watching eyes, we see our own tendency to judge others while remaining blind to our own limitations. In their anti-magic fields, we recognize our desire to control forces beyond our understanding. In their paranoid isolation, we glimpse the loneliness that awaits those who mistake superiority for connection and dominance for meaning. The beholder's eternal gaze reminds us that consciousness itself is a responsibility as much as a gift, that the capacity for thought, judgment, and action carries with it the obligation to remain connected to the welfare of others and open to the possibility that our understanding might be incomplete or flawed. These creatures serve as monuments to what we might become if we ever allow fear to completely override compassion, if we permit certainty to eliminate curiosity, or if we choose isolation over the messy, complicated, and vulnerable work of maintaining meaningful relationships with other forms of awareness. In the end, the legend of the beholder forces us to confront the most fundamental questions about the nature of consciousness and its responsibilities within the cosmic community of thinking beings. They remind us that intelligence without wisdom is not evolution but devolution, that power without restraint is not strength but weakness, and that certainty without humility is not knowledge, but the absence of all possibility for growth. Their floating forms and crown of terrible eyes will continue to haunt our nightmares, precisely because they represent the darkest possibilities inherent in consciousness itself. The eternal warning of what we might become if we ever forget that true superiority lies not in the domination of others, but in the cultivation of wisdom, compassion, and the humility to acknowledge that existence holds mysteries greater than any single awareness can comprehend or control.